Amazed me just how much that game can completely scare me, even though it's in a cube and all the fluorescent lights are on.
Yeah, I had to bring you a blankie yesterday.
You know.
Yeah, well. So I'm playing Jedi Power Battles. I hate it.
Oh, well. Let's have some game news.
That was it.
Cool.
Cool.
Boy. Tell ya.
Hated it.
Okay, when it comes out to 17.
Terry, can you just go down for a second and see if someone else has...
111, Jack.
Welcome back. Baseball season is upon us, and indoor enthusiasts can step up to the, yeah.
We're not stuck up in here.
You can't stack up too much on the plate, can you?
Yeah, indoor enthusiasts are stuck up.
Stuck up indoor enthusiasts?
Stuck up to the plate. Okay, here we go.
Just another day in the life of your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
Hey, Spider!
Hey, Black Cat, what's going on?
I know there's been some trouble, but the bank's being robbed, and they've got hostages. Use your Spidey compass and get to the bank quickly.
Thanks, Cat.
Hey, Spider, come over here. When a building is close enough, you can swing to it by pressing the R2 button.
Spider sense tingling. Something's going on here. Whoa, police choppers.
Eagle 1 to tower, 1033 in progress. En route to bank.
Roger, Eagle 1. Keep your eye out.
Eagle 1 to tower, 1033 in progress. En route to bank.
Roger, Eagle 1. Keep your eye out for Spider-Man.
The Holy Boy shows up. He's one dead bug.
Usual proceedings will be performed. At once. Take down your arms and prepare
These guys are serious.
Well, James, let's say I have to upgrade my PC. I have a P2 233, and I want to give it more punch. Given the way the games are now, let's look at memory. Is 64 megs of RAM appropriate enough for playing games?
It's sufficient, but overall you want to add the RAM. Extra RAM doesn't hurt, and anywhere from 96 to 128, especially on very graphics-intensive games, will take the burden off of your system.
Okay, now how is that different than what the microprocessor does for the computer?
It's all a balancing act. A lot of games recommend or the minimum system requirements for a lot of games are like 133, 266. But then you'll see below that the recommended system requirement. You'll see like 266, 366, whatever. Higher the better again. The more cycles that a computer can run, the faster and better the game performance will be.
So with microprocessors, let's just start. And what does the microprocessor do for the gaming experience?
Like any program, like any application, it's going to improve the performance. You'll definitely see a little performance between between megahertz.
Right.
But if you go from a system that's 133 megahertz, for example, to 500, you'll definitely notice a difference. The cycles, it'll just take the burden off the system.
Now, when we look at sort of the cost of what microprocessors are out there, what do you think is sort of the best bang for its buck?
It's amazing how these prices are dropping.
Mm-hmm.
A couple of years ago, the perfect gaming system would cost $3,000. Nowadays, I've seen a 450 P3 for $1,000 from Dell, including a monitor and everything. So, that's a very, very good gaming machine for an affordable price.
Now, 450 megahertz P3, that would handle pretty much, Flight Simulator and Quake 3 Arena at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. If you look at the box on Flight Simulator 2000, you'll see that the requirements are 166 megahertz, I think 32 megabytes of RAM. But below it, you'll see the recommended system requirements. Bump that up to 266, 64 megabytes of RAM. And you'll see that, although you can play games at a lower speed, the recommended is usually way higher on every box. So,
and even if you go above the recommended, you even get better performance out of the game.
Absolutely. You can feel safe knowing that. And, buying a computer for $1,000 just for gaming, that may be going overboard. It depends on your gaming love or whatever. But we would suggest first looking at another hardware upgrade, which is the graphics card.
Okay. All right, graphics cards. Let's just start. What does the graphics card do as opposed to the microprocessor?
Very basically, they take a lot of the burden off of the processor. They have their own processing units on the card itself. That's why you'll see fans and heat sinks, because they get very hot. They have their own graphics chips. So they take a lot of the processing from the game, all the polygons, and they crunch them and then send them back to the computer.
So does that leave like the microprocessor and the RAMs? You only have to figure out all the mathematics that are also involved in the gaming.
A lot of mathematics happens on the card too.
Okay. But all the 3D rendering is happening right out of that card instead of from the software that you have on the computer. I guess, there's so many different types of graphics cards out there. I mean, you have GeForces, you have TNT2s, you have your Voodoos. Not so much which is better than the other, but what are the differences that you see between these varying levels of graphics cards? We're
basically talking about a different chip and a different set of APIs. For example, this one right here is a basic TNT2 card. And what it does is we've seen that by playing Quake, for example, frame rates are pretty high. On the other hand, this card from Matrox, the G400 Millennium, is based on the GeForce 256.
Right. People were talking about that quite a bit.
And a lot of the capabilities of this chip aren't seen yet. A lot of games aren't designed for it yet. However, it does improve graphics quality. Frame rates are a little lower, and this is one of the more expensive cards out there. Now, there are a couple of cards coming out from 3D Effects, the Voodoo 5 and 6, and those are promising to increase graphics quality, not necessarily increasing frame rate, which is pretty high right now.
Now, what about the difference between 16-bit and 32-bit resolution?
It basically delineates the different levels, the number of levels of color, depth, the ability for very, very tiny zooming in graphics to be shown effectively.
Now, if I'm playing a game, say like Unreal Tournament, what matters in that? Is frame rate the big issue in that game, or are you looking at the 32 versus 16-bit resolution?
Games like Unreal Tournament, Quake 3, the most important factor here is frame rate, especially when you're online, let's say. We're talking about a constant refreshing screen. Okay? Games like Flight Simulator, where detail and things are moving very slowly, and you want to be able to see all the lines in exactly the way they were supposed to be represented. Those require a little more graphics crunching, less frame rate power.
All right. Now, these peripherals here. We have joysticks and a mouse and a paddle.
Obviously, if you're playing Quake, you're probably going to just use a mouse and your keyboard.
Right.
But a lot of games require a little more than that. A lot of sports games, driving games, whatever. And there are tons of things out there to suit any gaming need. This is a Microsoft Sidewinder. This is designed for the Quake player in mind.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of people don't really like this because they're so used to the traditional method.
Right.
This is out there. This is a gaming mouse from Karna. This is the Razer Boomslang.
Right.
It reads twice as accurately as a conventional mouse, so it's very accurate. So if you're playing Quake and you start using this for 2 weeks, I've used it. It gives you a lot more accuracy and pinpoint moves and stuff.
Something we all really need for playing Quake or other alternatives.
And obviously this is a joystick. A lot of the joysticks out there, you want to look to USB. It's a lot easier to hook up more than one. Those are the little things, but they make a difference in gaming.
Now the joysticks. Let's just a couple of games. Like if you're playing MechWarrior games, you definitely don't want to have to be using the keyboard all the time.
Exactly.
Which of the peripherals do you think is the most appropriate to be playing MechWarrior 4 or Heavy Gear?
Probably any of the sort of PlayStation type controllers.
Okay.
Microsoft has a couple of those. Gravis has a few of those gamepad type things. This is obviously, you won't see a lot of people buying this thing, but it's good for like flight sims, driving games, things like that.
Okay.
Tell me a little bit about your lineup for this year's E3.
Well, this year at E3, we've got probably the best lineup that Capcom's had in the last few years. We're showing at E3 PlayStation product like Dino Crisis, which will be coming out in late August, early September. Resident Evil Nemesis, which will be coming out in November. Resident Evil 2 and those are both for PlayStation. We're showing Resident Evil 2 for the Nintendo 64. It's an updated version of our best-selling hit, Resident Evil 2. And we're also showing Resident Evil Code Veronica for Dreamcast. We've got a lot of Dreamcast products, several Nintendo Game Boy products. We've got the Nintendo 64 products and PlayStation products. So we've got a full boat.
Now, I know in the past there've been a lot of different Street Fighter games. This year it seems like you guys are doing a lot of Resident Evil games. What are some of the differences in the Resident Evil style games that you have coming up?
Well, principally what we found is there's a huge market out there for gamers that like to get scared in the dark, and they really enjoy the horror aspect of it. And our production team in Japan split in half about a year ago, and part of the team continued to develop the Resident Evil engine, the puzzle part of the engine, and the other part of the team went in kind of a different direction and tried to see could they develop another game using elements of the engine that would create the same kind of suspense and horror that we had in Resident Evil. In doing so, we used our new company. It's called Flagship Corporation, which is in Tokyo, to create the scenario. And the scenario they created is a really horrific dinosaur crisis story in which the dinosaurs are predators and they're actually chasing it. So last year, if you remember, we had a big array of fighting products, and this year we have quite an array of the action horror, but they're not all the same game. I mean, they're all different games.
Now, fighting games have always been a big staple for Capcom. What are you guys doing now for the Street Fighter games and other fighting games?
We've expanded beyond Street Fighter now, and if you look on Dreamcast, we've taken and now we have a 3D fighter, which is Power Stone. It uses the same gameplay as Capcom, and all the Capcom fans love the gameplay inside the fighters. So it uses the same gameplay, and it's our first real true 3D fighter. But we're also continuing to develop Marvel vs. Capcom and Marvel vs. Street Fighter series, and that's still out there. And if you were at a booth, you got a chance to see Street Fighter 3 Third Strike. So that's coming. Right now it's up on Coin-Op Arcade, so that's just been released.
administration answers allegations that it allowed sensitive U.S. technologies to be sold to a dissident group in Heilongjiang. In other news, we now go live to the White House press room where Secretary of State Vince Hadden is expected to comment on the Kazakhstan missile incident.
As many of you know, 4 hours ago, a nuclear missile was detonated over Kazakhstan. The Kazakhstan government assures us this was an accidental launch and that the missile was destroyed via their own safety countermeasures. An investigation is underway. I cannot answer any more questions at this time.
The entire area has been closed off amid reports of possible contamination. Local news stations report that precautions are being taken.
You guys made the news. The agency doesn't like it when their operations go public, or so I thought.
If we have our way, it's going to get a lot more public than this. You ready for us?
Smugglers use single-engine planes, not C-130 transports, you know. This old gravel road you call an airstrip's never tried to land anything that big before. You sure you want to bring it here?
We don't have much choice. ETA 16 hours.
Gabe, the transport's here.
Chance, get up to the landing strip. I want that transport ready to go in half an hour.
You got it. I'm already there.
Leon, you okay? You don't sound so good.
I'll be fine. Just make sure that airstrip is ready. Teresa, you're the only one we can count on now.
I'll be ready. Out.
What's this?
I found the mainframe with Parkham's backup data. That's David's personal file.
Gabe, the transport has an escort. 2 Blackhawks running silent. It's Morgan and Falcon.
Okay, got it. Out. He's out the second hangar. Falcon, take the second squad instead. First squad, get Logan on those jets. U.S. forces are on their way and we have to be finished before they get there.
Concussion grenades only.
Stop this. Get those guys out of there. Tell them to move.
Pull your men back to the hangar and wait. I'm on my way.
Already on it.
Just have to hold them off until Gregorov gets here. Ramirez, get these discs into the silo. I'll signal when the landing strip is clear.
Yes, sir.
Leon, you copy?
Okay, we have her. No, Logan is still alive.
The Russians are here.
We're out of time. We'll finish Logan later.
Move those vehicles out of here. I want the airfield secure.
That's it. Everything's locked down tight.
Logan, your request for aid, it came too late, yes?
They've taken her.
I am sorry. She and I are old friends. They would kill her?
As long as I have the discs, the agency will harm her.
The contacts are on the way. You must be gone before they arrive. I never saw you here.
I understand.
Move what they and
All right. Yeah, let's get moving.
Got that airstrip ready, Teresa? ETA 2 hours.
Yeah, it's clear. Might be a little bumpy. Make sure you're strapped in tight.
You okay, Chance?
Damn concussion grenade. My ears won't stop ringing.
Hey, are we expecting an escort? What the hell? They're bringing this bird down hard.
The data did.
No time.
Come on, Chief. Grab the 3-4.
Yes, sir.
Grab the transponder's locator. We'll need it.
Got it.
Come on. Move it. Jump. Keep moving. Go, go, go. Teresa, I'm not going to need your landing strip after all. Coming down the hard way. Teresa, I made it.
Forever needs doubt. The agency pays a lot for its training.
I'm not out of this yet. I've got to find Chance with the transponder locator code. See if you can find the agency channel and break into it. I want to find out how big this operation is.
You got it.
Radio me if you hear from Leon.
Okay. Hey, Gabe. Good luck.
Right.
Walton! Man down!
Kowalski, how's the lead?
Definitely broken, sir. 2 plates, pretty sure. I don't think I can support my weight.
All right. I want you men to stay here. Find cover if you can. I need to find Chance. You know what happened to him?
I know he made it off the transport. I think he touched down somewhere south of here.
Got it. You been able to raise anyone on that thing?
I've been SOL so far, sir. Interference is pretty bad. I don't think we can get a signal off this mountain.
Well, don't waste your time. The agency doesn't want anyone to know we're up here.
Sir?
I'm looking for Chance.
Let me see what I can do. Lieutenant Chance, come in. Do you read?
This is Davies. I saw the lieutenant a few minutes ago. He's out looking for more survivors. I think his comm is down.
Private, I need you to take me to him. You copy that?
Yes, sir. I'm on my way to your location now.
Roger that. Let's go.
Yes, sir.
Sir, Lieutenant Chance is this way. Follow me. He went into that cave.
Right. You stay here and stay alert.
Are you expecting trouble, sir?
Always. Eshelman, have you seen Chance?
Yes, sir. I just saw him come through here 5 minutes ago.
This cave isn't stable. Watch yourself.
Yes, sir.
Chance, I'm looking all over for you. You got the transponder locator?
Yes, right here. I got all turned around. Damn, it's easy to get lost up here.
I know. I've got to go back and find some high ground so I can get a reading on the transport's location. You go ahead down the mountain and find the highway. See if the agency is moving in any heavy artillery.
Yes, sir. I'm on it.
Teresa, have you heard anything from Leon?
No, but I'm following agency radio traffic. They've set up shop at an old Civil Air Patrol base in Colorado, pushing the locals around. At least that's where the S-22s that shot you down scrambled from.
That's where they're taking her.
Watch your back, Gabe. They've got a convoy on the way up there now and have mobilized a couple squads.
Sir, behind you! Get him!
Ultima Online has become a cultural phenomenon. When it launched in 1997, it introduced a virtual world that now has over 200,000 subscribers paying monthly dues for the right to trek through Britannia. Players have formed an international community and play online through servers spread across the globe. Players have stretched the bounds of the original gameplay. After creating your character, you are free to explore and exist in the fantasy world. Characters have been known to perform on stage, have parties, stage battles, and even get married, all in the virtual environment. One growing criticism of the game is the outdated graphics and technology. Origin Systems is working on the sequel to Ultima Online and have dubbed it Origin. Origin promises to take the community of Ultima into a graphically impressive 3D environment while keeping the experience totally online.
The game Origin is a virtual world that the players can participate in, and that virtual world exists whether they're playing or not. They come in and out, exists 24 hours a day. If you take a vacation and come back in a month and there's been some fictional change in the environment, you know, like this evil guy has taken over one large section of the map, well, all of a sudden you've got a different game to play. We made a lot of fundamental changes about how the game worked, and we also were going from 2D to 3D. And the more of these fundamental changes we made, the more we realized that this game was very different. While fictionally it is a sequel and it is part of the Ultima universe, there's lots of fundamental differences on how the game works. So we felt like there was enough of those differences that people, once they start to play the game, would start to go, well, this really isn't Ultima Online 2, this is a different game. One of the things we set out to do at the beginning was not only were we going to introduce completely original creatures, ones that no one had ever seen before from these different timelines, we also wanted to take even traditional creatures and provide new interpretations for them. One of the main effects we wanted when people saw these things was like, oh my god, what in the hell is that? I've never seen anything like that. And this sort of feeling of mystery and like, oh, I don't know whether I should, you know, run up and kill this thing or if I should like talk to it or what's going on. Another thing we had a lot of fun with was the motion capture sessions. We had 3 main sessions. One session was acrobatics. The process, what we have is with these little white dots that hook up to this suit that's covered in Velcro, and there's these cameras that capture the white dots and then translate them into the computer. Then we had our main combat shoot, which was with a guy named Bruce Fontaine, who is a martial arts expert. Then there was a final process, which was what we call social motions, which include things like waving and dancing and bowing. And the reason we recorded moves like that, in addition to the hundreds of different combat and acrobatic moves, were you spend just about as much time in the game going out adventuring as you do socializing with people. I mean, that's what this game is all about, is playing with other people. So we wanted to provide people tools to make that social experience have more depth and more meaning. So that includes being able to bow to them when you want to show respect to them, wave when they're coming to greet you or they're going away, and of course my favorite is dancing. When we talk about it, you know, a lot of the times we talk about not creating a game per se, but creating this world, a virtual world for people to inhabit, and all the systems that we put in place are tools for them to participate in this world rather than play a game.
How would you explain Zelda Majora's Mask? It's definitely a different game from Ocarina of Time. What was your intention in creating the game?
挨拶はもう走りますね、でまずですけども、時のオカリナ、すみません、ゴジラのマスクなんですけども、これは時のオカリナとから比べてですね、どのように違うのか、まあ、ゴジラのマスクと一体何なのかというのを教えてほしいんですけども。
いっぱいあるんですけどねまず64の本体に拡張のラムパックがつきます。でこれがつくので同時にいろんなたくさんの人が一つの画面に出てきたり、たくさんの敵が出てきたり、それから当然画面もかなり以前よりも個性的な画面になります。
There are a lot of differences.
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt real quick right before you do the interpretation. When he does answer the questions, if you can just look straight at him during the interview, that That'll be great. You don't have to look here. You can just look straight at him.
Okay, so there are a lot of differences compared with the Ocarina of Time. For one thing, we have adapted a new expansion RAM for this specific game. So that thanks to the expansion RAM pack, a lot different characters and a lot different enemies can appear at once in one screen. And I think the visual demonstrations have become more and more unique on the Mujila's Mask.
で、ゲームの中に今度は以前のオカリナに出てきた人と同じ人とか、さらに新しい人とか、いろんな人が出てくるんですけども、その人たちが3日間ずっと生活をしているところがそのまま街の中に入ってます。だからそこをプレイヤーは何回も何回も遊ぶうちにいろんな人に出会っていろんな人の行動に気づいて、でその人たちといろんなコミュニケーションを取っていくっていうふうにして、その3日間を何度も遊んでいく間に、そのオカリナではあるハイラルの街を記憶に残していったんですけども、今度はそこのある街の新しい街なんです。新しい街の3日間というのを丸ごと自分の経験にしていくっていうとても新しい経験をするゲームシステムです。
In the Mujila's Mask, there are many people who are familiar from the Ocarina of Time and also new entries to this game. And there are many people living in the town, and within 3 days, you have to explore the whole town and meet with so many people. And you can repeat this 3-day experience again and again, so that you are going to communicate with a lot of different people. You are going to see many different people doing many different things. So by repeating this 3-day process, somehow that you can do a lot unique things. In case of Ocarina of Time, you have already remembered the town called Hyrule, and you have learned a lot about Hyrule, what the city is like. But now there is the concept of time included. At which specific time, which people is doing what kind of thing, and what they are thinking about and what they are talking about. So it's a very quite unique aspect being incorporated into the Mujila's Mask.
Now, in Ocarina of Time, there was an element of time in the game as you pass. Link grew older, but also now you have time far more present in Majora's Mask. Is this something that's beginning to excite you? What was the interest in having such a time-based game?
時のオカリナの時にもですね、すでに時間の要素があったと思うんですね。つまり子供と大人を旅をするというような形がありましたよね。今回そういった今お聞きしたような新しいアスペクトの時の処理の仕方ってあるというんです。要はそれがどういうふうにですね、あなた自身たちをそういうふうにかき立てたというか、作らせたというか、どういう面があったんでしょうか。
いろんな意味があるんですけども、オカリナの時っていうのはリンクの成長というのをまず第一に取る。プレイヤーが育っていくということを軸にした時の捉え方ですね。で、その中でその太陽の動きに合わせて一日の流れというのを作ったんですけども、なかなかその時が流れてることの細かいアイデアっていうのはたくさん入れられなかった。だから今度は絶対その時間が朝から夜までずっと流れてる中で、そのいろんなプレイヤーが発見をするような仕組みを作りたかったので、最初1週間の時が流れてるっていうふうに作ったんですけど、これがやっていくと結構長いんで、それでだんだんとシナリオが3日間に変更されていったんですね。で、もう一つの意味では、行きましょうか、そこまで。
In case of Ocarina of Time, we have seen how Link grow up. In other words, how players themselves have grown up. That's the kind of theme which we wanted to put in the time elements. And other time elements put in the Ocarina of Time is that you could see the movement of the sun, so that you know that when it's the morning, it's the evening, and some kind of different activities are there during the daytime and during the nighttime. But we couldn't demonstrate the very minute or detailed movements of people and many other things during the daytime or during the nighttime. That's how we started working on this modulus mass time scenario. You are going to see many different things in the morning, many different things in the evening, how people are living and what they are doing and such, what kind of things are available and others. Initially, we were thinking about making 1 week scenario, but we end up noticing that it's a kind of too long. So we have come up with the idea of 3-day scenario.
でもう一つはこういうゼルダのような対策のゲームっていうのは、例えばダンジョンが8つあると、ダンジョンが4つ終わったところでゲームの半分が終わったとかはっきり分かりますよね。でそれからどんどんただシーケンシャルに遊んでいくっていうゲームになってしまうと。だから今度は絶対そうじゃなくて、遊ぶ人によって本当にゲームの大きさが違って感じるようなものにしたいっていうふうに考えました。で結果的にこのゲームを遊んでもらうと、多分人のセーブデータを変えてきて遊んでももう一つよくわからない。だからその人がどんな風に遊んだかによって本当にマルチシナリオのようにそこの世界の捉え方が違ったり、ストーリーの組み立て方が変わったりするような面白いシステムになりました。
In the very big story like Legend of Zelda, for example, if there are 8 dungeons, people know that I have completed fourth dungeon now, so that I have half more. But I don't. In the case of modulus math, I didn't want people to feel like that way. I didn't feel like people are feeling that, yeah, well, I'm on the right track. From here to there, I was on the right course. No, in the case of modulus, depending on who you are, the volume of the gameplay shall be pretty much different. So after a while, if you are going to play, once you have played some parts of the modulus math and let others play with your own saved data, I think that that person will be wondering, what shall I do? Because I don't know anything about your modulus math. I have played my own modulus math, but the world is pretty much different from the one you have played. So I think to some extent we have done a kind of complete multi-scenario system. Depending on who you are, what you have done, the whole world where you are going to explore is pretty much different.
Now, Ocarina of Time was, once again, a very grand game. And Majora's Mask has a darker, moodier, almost spookier tone to it. Do you think this is more in line with some of the earlier Zelda games, or is this a direction that you would still like to go in, or is this sort of an exception of a game to the other Zelda games?
時のオカリナっていうのは、大作なんですけども、それと比べてこのモジュラのマスクっていうのはですね、ちょっと暗いというイメージがあると思うんですよ。これは例えば昔のゼルダシリーズに戻ろうよというようなイメージがあるのか、いや今後はもうこういった方針でいくんだとか、いや違うんだと、これだけはちょっと例外的に見たんだよということがあるんでしょうか。
これすごく難しいところで、外伝っていう名前で始めたので、そういう意味では少し違った方向で特別な別の世界というイメージで仕上げようというのはあったんですが、今若いいろんなディレクターが集まって、でさらに僕の次の世代の任天堂を背負うようなチームをね作っていこうとしている中で、だからそこではもうみんながやりたいと思うものを結集して作っていっているので、おそらくこれが将来のゼルダの姿になっていくかもわかりません。その中でも僕は世界の描き方とかじゃなくて、その中にいるリンクっていう子供自体にプレイヤーがどういう思い入れをしていくかということはゼルダのスタイルは守っていきたいなと思うんですけどね。
Well, it's rather hard to give you some concrete answer about that. Initially, this Majora's Mask project was started with the idea to make another story based upon the same concept of the Ocarina of Time. So we wanted to put something very different from the Ocarina of Time theme. And we wanted to make some kind of different image of the world to appear in the Majora's Mask. Nowadays, I'm letting more and more of the younger generation to take care of more responsibility in making Nintendo video games. And these new generation people are going to show the Nintendo's future from now, actually. So it totally dependent upon what they want to do about including what kind of Zelda they want to make from now on, and starting from this Majora's Mask. So it may be true that in the future the world or image you are going to have towards the world of Legend of Zelda may become different from the, say, Ocarina of Time image of the world. But at least what the Link is going to be like and how you are going to feel through the eyes of Link shall not be so much different.
In theme and spirit, Mario is much different than Zelda, just in the way you play the game and also in the images and the feelings that they evoke. What do you yourself try to achieve with both games?
マリオとゼルダっていうのはまるで違うもんだと思うんですね。それはゲームプレイだったりイメージだったり、これは違うもんだってすぐ分かると思うんですが、それぞれのシリーズに対してこういったことをやるんだという思い入れようなものがあるんでしょうか。
ね、結構はっきり区別はないんですよね。僕が少なくとも僕が関わってる部分にとってはマリオもゼルダも結構似たコンセプトで、どちらもある箱庭を作って、そのプレイヤーがそこの箱庭の中で何度もいろんな遊びをしていく中で、そこを理解して、で自分のアイデアを持って遊ぶっていうことにとっては全然違いがないんですけれども、マリオの場合はこの世にありえないとんでもないことをどんどん入れていこうっていうポップなデザインをしてるつもりですし、ゼルダの場合はあるきちっとしたリアリティを持ってものを作っていくっていうことに割と注力しています。
Well, at least in my part, there is no clear distinction what Mario game shall be and what Zelda game shall be. In fact, they are based upon the same concept of making miniature garden in which the players can explore rather freely, and they have to become rather creative and independent. They have to think about what they should do next and what kind of results shall be there. They have to think about. Only the difference shall be that in case of Mario, we are always trying to make something very fantasy, unreal, that can never happen in the real world. While in Zelda, that we are going to seek for some sort of reality all the time. I think that's only the difference.
When you look at the strong reaction that people have to both the world of Zelda and the character of Link and to the world of Mario and the character of Mario, how do you think that you've achieved such a passionate feeling towards that? And do you feel like almost there's some sort of message in the effect that it has had on many players for so many years?
例えばゼルダとリンク、マリオとマリオですね、キャラクターのマリオというものがもうこれだけ確立してこれだけ長い間人々から支持を受けてるわけですけども、マリオやリンクっていうのはですね、何らかの形のそれだけ強いメッセージといったものを人々に与え続けているからこそこれだけ長く支持されているんでしょうか。
わかんないですね。僕は割と一つはマリオは自分の思い通りに動かせる自分の分身として作ってるし、でリンクは割とそのアクションのスキルがあんまりなくてもみんなが平等に自分の分身ということを育っていくキャラクターとしての分身として扱うようにいつも作ってますね。でそれ以外はね、やっぱりゲームシステムとして新しい遊びを常に作ってるつもりなんですね。で新しい遊びを作ったところにそのキャラクターをはめていくということをやってます。でそれがおそらくこう長く愛されてる理由かと思いますけどね。
Well, I really don't know about that. At least talking about these characters, in case of Mario, Mario is another part of the player itself. Mario is the players themselves, and players can move Mario just freely on whatever actions they want to feel. You yourself to move to make the move. But in case of Link, it's a kind of different character. We try to make it as easy as possible for player to move Link. So, and on the other hand, people are going to see how Link or players themselves are going to grow up. That's a big difference. But having said that, however, when I come to think about making the characters in the video games, we always try to think about the game system first, some kind of unique and new game systems, and later we think about the characters to match those kind of new ideas to be appear in the new game systems. I think in the end, sometimes Mario appears in the Mario game and Link appears in the Link game. I think in the end, people love these Mario characters and Link characters simply because they come to love the new game systems and new ideas.
Now, you mentioned the fact that it's very important, the control and the controller for the game is a very essential element towards making the game, as you said before. Is that the process by which you are able to identify with the character, and what do you think is so important? What do you need to look for in creating the controls of the character?
以前ですからコントローラーやコントロールというものの大切さというのは非常におっしゃってたと思うんですね。やっぱりそういった、コントロールがしやすいという意味で、いうところがですね、キャラクターが愛される理由ということもあるんですが、でまたコントロールといった場合には、じゃあ実際のところ一体何が必要なんですか。
なんでしょうね。それは僕自身が触ってみて快適であるかっていうことだけなんですけども、やっぱり毎回こう明快に誰が触っても簡単にある新しい動きなり新しいテクニックが伝わるように作りますね。
Well, it's hard to tell what is the good controlling on the video game. But I, for one, I'm always trying to touch the controller and play games for myself. And I always try to make it sure that I myself can feel very comfortable in playing that video game. So I think that's the important point that everybody can touch the controller and everybody can feel, no one will be feeling the stress in controlling your own character. And even though we are always trying to put something new, some new ideas, some new technologies, it's always important so that the people will not get frustrated.
Okay, and one more. You had mentioned earlier that you're putting Zelda on the shoulders of a younger generation at Nintendo. Are you going to slowly be stepping back and giving over both Mario and Zelda to some new people to interpret the creations that you started?
で今、ゼルダに関してですね、新世代の人にどんどん任せてるんですよって話されましたけど、他はどうなんですか、マリオとか、ゼルダも含めてですね、いろんなキャラクターっていうのはまた新しい世代へと移っていくようになっていくんですかね。
そうですね。実際新世代を移しても今ゼルダをやったチームっていうのはもうオカリナをやったチームとほとんど同じチームなんでね、だから自分が単に抜けていくっていうところからやるわけないんですけどね。でこれでやっぱりマリオとかそういう特にマリオカートとかヨッシーアイランドとかもうこれはもう完全に離れたとこチームで作れるようになってきましたし、やっぱり僕がやるべきことってのはもう少し新ハードとかの中だけにとどまらずにもう少し今モバイルであるとかいろんな他とのつながりとかそういう他とのつながりの中で新しい遊びの仕組みを作れないかっていうところをもっとプロデュースする人間が必要ですからね。だからそういうところの新しいアイデアを見つけていく仕事になっていくと感じています。
Yes, as a matter of fact, that the new Majora's Mask was created by the team of the Ocarina of Time developers, in fact, And only the matter here is that my involvement becomes just less than what I did for the Ocarina of Time. And when it comes to Mario Kart or Yoshi Island, there are already the established team which can be independently work to make the new game already without my constant advices and so forth. And I think I myself should be involved in the more new role. Like, I'm now looking forward to creating the new gaming environment itself, probably including the mobile systems and combination with several different game media. I always think that it's important for us to have some producer who is devoting his time or her time to creating new system or new gaming environment, and hopefully I can be responsible for that kind of position.
One more quick question in the future of gaming. Just very quickly, where do you see the future of gaming then?
ゲームの将来ってどうなっていくんですか？
そうですね。僕ね、やっぱりゲームの将来っていうのは、今のビデオゲームの将来っていうのは分かんないです。どうなるか。ただゲームってエンターテインメントの将来ってのはどうあるかっていうと、やっぱり家族がいたらよりたくさんの人が気軽に入れて、でみんなが楽しんでる姿がお互いに見てて微笑ましいというか楽しそうに見えるっていうことだと思うんですね。でそれを今偶然そのビデオゲームっていうのがそこの場所を占めたわけですけども、今の使い方のビデオゲームじゃない使い方のビデオゲームがまたその場所を取るかもわかんないし、任天堂っていうのは常にそこに何があるかっていうのを考える会社ですね。だからはっきりと今そのビデオゲームのハードの性能が上がることが単にゲームの未来につながるとも断言できないです。そこが面白いビジネスなんですね。
Well, I actually don't know if you ask me that what's the future of the video gaming like, but if you ask me what's the future of the entertainment shall be like, I should tell, I hope that the whole family member can sit together and enjoy either playing games or enjoy seeing the faces of the family member playing the video games. And it just happened that the video games is taking the very important role in the family entertainment nowadays. But I don't think that the current way of utilizing video games shall continue forever. And Nintendo is the company which is always trying to think, well, what comes next? What shall be the good alternative for the current thing? And I honestly don't know if the new technology can bring us into the new era of the entertainment or not. I actually cannot understand what comes next in the future. So I'm sorry, I cannot give you the answer, but at the same time, that is why this job and this business itself is very interesting for me.
Oh, geez. I've been going here since, I think, 94, and before anybody knew who Epic was. And I'd come around, and, I was still wearing suits back then, walking around the show floor, and, nobody knew who I was, and it was kind of weird. But, the longer you are in this industry, and the longer you wind up knowing people and everything, you really start feeling like a real sense of community and almost family. It's kind of eerie. There's so many people, and there's so many wacky personalities that it kind of grows on you. It's almost infectious.
How have you seen the GDC change since?
Oh, it's changed quite a bit.
How have you seen the GDC change since you started going to it?
I'd say the GDC's changed tenfold since I think it was about 94, 95 when Miller Freeman actually wound up purchasing. I don't know if it was the rights or whatever to the GDC. Things have become a lot more commercial. The GDC started off as a bunch of guys like in somebody's house just, rapping about game design and whatnot. And it's really exploded into almost like a mini E3. It's really getting crazy. But it's, I go here to network with people and to show off our new technology and to maybe, share my information about things that I happen to work on or to learn something from somebody else. And there's still a good sense of community. They've managed to maintain that here, even though it's grown a lot.
How much is the benefit to be able to see other developers that you probably wouldn't see all at the same time in one place and to share ideas?
I wouldn't trade the opportunity of coming to the GDC for anything. To some extent, I actually prefer it to E3, because E3 is so huge, and there's so many people that you can. I mean, often you can't find people that you know if you want to network, talk about game design, go out and party, have a good time with them. And I mean, that's what GDC seems to be a lot about. It's about the community. It's about, everybody sharing knowledge and showing off stuff and having a good time. E3 is way too commercial, I think. And you try and get into a party at E3, and they're always way too crowded.
Have there been occasions where you had a game maybe in one particular way coming into GDC and you actually took something from the conference and changed the game?
Well, when we bring our games to any show, if we bring it to a LAN party, or if we bring it to GDC, or we bring it to E3, there's always comments that you get from just the average Joe. And sometimes we'll be working on something, maybe a weapon doesn't feel quite right, and somebody will come up to us and they'll be looking at it and say like, hey, why don't you try changing this to blue or something, and we'll do it, and it'll wind up enhancing the game that much more. And I mean, there's an infinite amount of knowledge that everybody out there has, and the key is to be able to filter that knowledge in through yourself as a game designer, and that's what I'd like to think I do.
All right, now there have been some pretty big announcements here. The Xbox. What is your take on the Xbox?
I was very surprised by the Xbox. I was expecting it to be kind of cool, kind of like a stripped down PC, but what I wound up seeing very much excited me. Seamus was up there showing the various technology demos. They had the one with the mouse traps and the ping pong balls, and I just about jumped out of my seat and freaked out on that. That was very, very exciting. Everything looks really smooth, it looks really sharp, and all of the content that was shown was pretty much exactly what you're going to wind up seeing on the system. PlayStation 2 looks really, really good as well, but I was a little bit disappointed by the amount of rendered movies that they showed. It seemed like it was about 50% gameplay footage and 50% rendered movies. And for an emotion engine, I'd like to see those emotions happening in real time instead of rendered.
Now, when you're talking about, I noticed that the Xbox versus the PlayStation 2, the Xbox has anti-aliasing and PlayStation 2 does not. How significant is that?
I find that anti-aliasing helps quite a bit. When I saw the PlayStation 2 demo, I thought it was cool, but I saw... Alright. That's the question.
I noticed that the PlayStation 2 does not have anti-aliasing, but the Xbox does. How important an element in game design is that?
Well, I don't know if it's necessarily game design, it's more of an overall aesthetics and suspension of disbelief. If you see jaggies on characters as their polygon edges are going against the background and it winds up looking busy or shiny, it kind of takes away from the game experience and the immersiveness of the game. And the gameplay footage that the Xbox was showing did have the aliasing, and it really helped a lot. And as good as the PlayStation 2 stuff looked, I really would have liked to have seen some of the edge aliasing on things, because as they were alternating between rendered movies and gameplay footage, it became strikingly obvious that they didn't have the aliasing in the gameplay footage.
Now, what would be the rationale behind Sony not having anti-aliasing in the PlayStation?
I can't speak on Sony's behalf. We're independent developers, but I think it was the time frame. Sony's going to have to make sure that the PlayStation 2 is at a lower price point, and perhaps edge anti-aliasing on the card that they showed would have wound up being too expensive. There's so many issues of cost. I mean, if the PlayStation 2 comes out and it's $299 or less, it will be no question about it selling tons and tons of units. But if it's a higher price, it's going to be a bit more of an uphill battle, because people will not pay $400 to $500 for something they still see as a game system, even if it has a DVD player in it.
Now, you work on terms, so obviously online gaming is something quite significant to you. The Xbox is already coming with the modem, and it's intended to go right onto the internet. That's not the case with PlayStation 2. How does that make you feel in developing these systems?
I really enjoy making games that I can actually jump in, like the day the game comes out, and play against our customers and get their feedback and see what they think, and play the maps with the people who are playing the game. I love online gaming, persistent gaming. That's the direction we're really looking at moving into at Epic. As far as PlayStation 2 not having it out of the box and waiting for broadband and kind of waffling on it a little bit, I think they're going to have to probably relaunch the system with everything in one box, with the writable media, with the broadband capabilities ready to go, and games that support it. I think Xbox may have an easier time with that, but again, it all comes down to what software is on it. If there's a killer app that takes advantage of it, then the system's going to blow up. If it doesn't, then it could wind up being a peripheral like the Sega CD that doesn't wind up doing well, or maybe even never happen, like the 64 DD for the N64.
And what do you think, as a developer, how do you think it's going to be a market, or the gamers out there are going to be able to handle having 4 different console systems available?
There's only room for first place and second place, and that's about it. And it's going to start getting real scary. If anybody can pull the collective rug out from Sony's basic ownership of the industry, it's Microsoft. But Nintendo, I would not underestimate Shigeru Miyamoto and the design talent. They have Pokemon. They create absolute phenomenons. I wouldn't underestimate them. And Sega's got some really good guys in their camp. They have Shenmue and Yu Suzuki and a lot of those great titles, and they're actually going ahead with their online strategy. So it's going to be really interesting, and the ones who win are the customers and the developers in the end.
All right.
He hit me on the head. Huh. Where am I? What's this doing on my head? Oh, hi guys. Would somebody mind telling me what's going on here? Okay, 30 seconds. Nice knowing you guys.
I'm Vice President of Business Development for Shockwave.com.
And can you tell us a little bit about maybe what innovations we've seen in the past couple of years that have taken online gaming to where it is today?
Well, first thing that's happening is we're getting pipes going everywhere. So you're getting modem connections now, DSL, and then cable modems. That's the first thing that's happening. Second thing is the internet is just becoming more prevalent around the world, in North America and around the world. And third is the PC platforms are just getting faster and faster and faster. And then you look at other things like the browser and how the browsers are doing. But the thing that we really bring is we bring a common platform that runs inside the platform with both Shockwave players and Flash players that really bring interactive gaming to the masses, easy to get into and easy to play. So if you look at what's our differentiation in kind of Shockwave.com and working with Macromedia is a great platform, Shockwave the player and Flash the player, for consumers to really experience rich interactive content like gaming, interactive animations, or interactive entertainment. And we've got a whole bunch of those on Shockwave.com that's really, I think, has really changed the way people look at it. It's not just editorialized content, download a C++ plug-in, but you can get in, you get it going quickly.
And maybe talk a little about the future of online gaming, what we can see maybe in the next, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years.
I think from just an adoption curve, it's going to continue to just go up like crazy as more and more people come on the internet, and our technology becomes more seamlessly integrated into the browsers, and as the broadband really does happen. That's the first thing that's going to happen. I think the other thing that's going to happen is there's going to be some hit content happening. There's going to be content that's not going to be going to a PlayStation or a Nintendo or PC first. It's actually going to be becoming well known on the internet. There's going to be there's going to be providers or developers that are going to be focusing on the internet, and they're going to develop there. And the viral effect of that piece is just going to spread like wildfire across the internet. And what could happen is those developers that do that first, they could then end up taking that intellectual property to some more of their traditional platforms. It gives really a vehicle, if you really look at it, for smaller developers or lesser-known developers or even developers without the budget to be competing in the PlayStation 2 space, an opportunity to launch and successfully build a brand before they take it to these other platforms.
And what changes do you think will happen as a result of consoles now having internet components? The PlayStation 2 was supposed to be shipped with one. Apparently that's coming out. It's on the way, and the Xbox is definitely going to have one according to Bill Gates. What changes do you think we'll see in the online arena as far as console gaming go and that connectivity?
I think from the console side, I think a lot of the console developers are going to be figuring out ways to have communication and interactivity and really personalization of who you are behind that, whether it's through avatars or it could be your own person. We're actually already working on all those problems, and we're already we consider ourselves a leader in trying to get that going. We're excited, though, about the fact that there's going to be, the Xbox is going to most likely be browser-enabled. It's going to have some kind of modem in there. PlayStation 2, same thing, and Sega Dreamcast, and other boxes with Nintendo. So it's going to be a much larger audience for us. It's going to be an interesting gap where you not only have the regular gamers, but maybe the mom, maybe the uncle, maybe the older brother are going to be using that as an online device, and they're going to be surfing the internet. So we're very excited about it.
And what's your favorite video game?
My favorite video game is the classics. If you look at the Defenders and Jousts and the Midway titles, and then also Centipede and stuff. I mean, I like the classics. It's kind of my age, and that's what I grew up playing. So I like those now on this console.
Great. Thanks a lot. The major innovations then in the past 5 or 10 years that have brought video games to where they are today?
Well, I tell you what, digital sound has been the gigantic innovation, the ability to sample sounds and bring them back without using things like FM synthesis, which were used in older systems like the Sega Genesis and things like that. You were never able to get realistic voice like you can with PCM audio on a CD. You're about to see another major revolution in digital sound, which is basically Dolby Digital, multi-channel sound on DVD games. It's absolutely mind-blowing. It's bringing sound into the third dimension, the way the graphics went with the PlayStation.
Is that because of the space capacity of DVD discs?
You got it. Basically, Dolby Digital is a method to crunch down 5 raw channels of digital audio efficiently. It uses a method called perceptual coding, and it removes things that your ears cannot hear, unnecessary information. and it allows us to fit that data in a very small space so that you can have a gigantic DVD-ROM game and have a very small section of that DVD-ROM dedicated to the multi-channel audio.
So do you think that DVD-ROM sound is the major innovation we're going to see in the next 5 or 10 years as far as sound goes?
Well, I tell you what, I've been playing video games since I was 4 years old. And when they brought me in to the listening room to play the new games that were coming out with this 3D positional sound, my mind was blown. I mean, it was like playing PlayStation for the first time, playing your first 3D games for the first time, except this time it was starting to become fully immersive. It wasn't a 3D image with 2D sound. This was a 3D image with 3D sound. And the possibilities, the creative possibilities are endless with that kind of technology.
What are your favorite video games? Top 3 favorite video games?
Well, top 3 favorite video games, well, I'd have to say Miss Pac-Man, because I can beat anybody, beat the crap out of anybody at that game. I'll admit, straight off the bat, I'm old school. I love Asteroids. If you want me to talk new school, wow, there's so many titles to choose from. But I'd have to say right now, Crazy Taxi for the Dreamcast is the bomb. I play that so much.
What games are you looking forward to coming out?
What games am I looking forward to coming out? Well, I tell you what, I'm looking forward to any more games with Dolby Digital coming out. I am basically trying to get my hands on one of those Japanese PlayStation 2s right now, but it's difficult. It's difficult. I got some hookups in Japan, but so far everything's fallen through. I'm really looking forward to playing the new Gran Turismo, the new Tekken Tag Tournament when that stuff gets released in Japan.
What do you think about the Xbox?
What do I think about the Xbox?
What are your thoughts?
I think competition in the game industry on the hardware standpoint is a good thing. I think it can only bring it into the mainstream more. The Xbox is rumored to be a DVD-based system. That's always a good thing for Dolby because Dolby Digital is included with anything that can play DVD video. I think Microsoft is a gigantic company with a pull to really bring video games into the mainstream. I think it's a good thing overall. The more the merrier, that's what I say.
All right, great. Thanks a lot. Say your name and spell it. Say what you do.
John Millennium.
What prompted you to do the game? Out of the, because I know you've been doing the magazine and.
When I started working on the second heavy metal movie, I wanted a character that was a very strong female character, female role. I never met a real person that could help me bring this vision of this perfect woman to life until I met my wife, Julie. We started working on the movie, and as a partnership to the movie, we wanted to have a game. So we went out to find the coolest company out there, found a bunch of these nuts down in Texas called Gathering of Developers / Ritual. We worked with the Ritual division. And they loved heavy metal. They wanted to be part of the whole project. They loved the idea that they had a real-life muse to sort of base everything on. And so I think they had a really good time bringing the real-life Julie and translating that I've translated into a movie, and then they translated her into a game. And it's a hoot.
So, Julie, how do you feel about being a muse?
Well, I kind of felt like a warrior with no battles to fight in this lifetime just because I'm so big, and now at least I get to fight battles even if it's on the screen, and it's a lot of fun. I did the voices yesterday and got killed and did all those things that a warrior does. So.
And how do you feel about having yourself represented as a really strong female warrior?
Well, I think I speak for a lot of women, and it's the year 2000, and I break a lot of ground in the film industry and other areas, and it just shows women if you can be strong, put on a pair of boots and just start kicking, you'll get somewhere.
So let's talk about the actual game. Like, tell me what you're going to see in this game.
This game, I think, is going to break a lot of new ground and break a lot of old rules. I think that's what impressed me the most about the guys is that their creativity overall. When we first started talking about what this game could be, we said, well, we've done the movie and we really don't want to take the movie and then adapt it into a game. Let's take it another step beyond. And they actually came back to us with the idea. They said, look, why don't you let us create the sequel to the movie in a game version? And I just flipped because not only did it allow sort of the heroic adventures of Act 2 of Julie to continue, but it allowed them a lot of creative freedom to create new environments, new characters, creatures, and just go nuts. Do what they do best and bring this whole thing to another huge level. And to say that they've gone beyond my wildest imagination would be an understatement. These guys just rock. Totally.
So what's happening with the film? And how is it going to be released? What's the whole distribution thing going to be?
Well, basically what we decided to do with the film is we had an option to take it out in like 100 theaters, midnight movie showing, which was Columbia's idea of marketing the film. And I think that's a plus, and I think the movie should be seen on the big screen in that fashion. With the intent, when people go to see it in the theater, they are going specifically to see it. But they opted to premiere it on Starz Network, which is like an HBO type of cable network, and so July 14th at midnight it'll make its world premiere on Starz at midnight, and we think that's the best because we actually reach the most people. I mean, Starz reaches out to like 30 million people, 30 million homes, so we think we're going to reach our audience that way. But then in the fall, probably September, we're going to release it in theaters where they'll do 100 theaters, college town, art house style. We're going to reach the audience that we think is really going to want to see this film anyway. So.
Where's the party going to be?
I don't know. We'll have to create one. We haven't just figured it out yet. Thanks, though.
I don't want to be the party.
It's so funny. It happens so fast. It's like I don't think we even, we'll have to make a party.
Is the game going to be released at the same time?
Actually, I think the game's going to come out about the same time, maybe a week or two later. I think the gang gave themselves plenty of time to make sure that they shipped the game when it was perfect, no bugs, no anything like that. And actually, they're ahead of schedule, so they talked about actually releasing the game sooner. So probably the end of July, I think you'll see the game.
So, Julia, how do you feel about? I mean, when you see yourself on the screen in the game, because it's a representation of you and not actual film. I mean, I know you work in film as well, so how do you feel about that?
With the way technology is today and the fact that this game has round edges and it's the first game to have that, I feel like it kind of is me. I mean, they had to pull my hair back just to limit the amount of space that it took up in the frame, but the character is me. I mean, it's tall, it's wide, it's athletic, it's very mean. I did the voices, so it's just like, I'm going to kill you now! Go to hell! Or like, hi, Carrie, how's your baby today? So, it really takes the full gambit of me as a person and how I treat other people and how I react to situations. And the visuals are beautiful. I've had the blue costume made. I'll be wearing that tomorrow, the flight suit. And the people are really excited about it, and I can't wait. It's going to be one of the biggest games in history. And for the first time, there's a real person to go with it, to go out and meet and greet people and, just kind of be a real superhero for people. That's what I want to be.
That's very cool. Now, one of the things as a woman, and seeing a lot of the games, I'm like, oh god, I find it. I want to know what you think the thing about, men playing you as a character. Oh, men playing you as a character. So how do you feel about, kind of? Okay, so in some ways it's like, you have strong female characters, but in another way it's a way that men control those female characters by playing with them. So do you think it's empowering or not empowering?
I think it's very empowering. I mean, I know all the people that are working on the game personally, and they know me as a person. They come to my house. I feed them. I put drugs in their food that make them hallucinate and make me much more beautiful and taller than I am. So in a roundabout way, I've controlled how I'm going to look. And it was funny because there was a point where I started to look like Minnie Driver, and I was like, oh, no. Let's put it back, widen those eyes out, narrow that cheekbone. Let's go.
Hilarious. You know what? I know because I work in the gaming press. All these people, this is the people you want to team up with.
Yeah.
The God guys. I guess other than that, just film. Are you going to do more of these, Kevin? I mean, what is your? Oh, and I wanted to ask about Simon Bisley. How is he? He's like one of my favorite artists. How is he?
Simon and I, actually the project started with a graphic novel that Simon and I did together called The Melting Pot. And Simon and I did the layouts, I wrote the story. And when we actually got down to wanting to come up with an idea for the second heavy metal movie, I knew for one I wanted to work with Simon because we had this great relationship, and two, that Simon and I always felt we never really told that story as best we could. So what we did was rework that, combine that with Julie and the concept of the Julie heroine. And although I did a series of drawings, Simon brought the whole thing to life in a series of I think almost 70 paintings, doing scenes, doing character design, character development, and that really put the definition of the look of what we wanted to do with this film together. That was interesting to watch that then be translated by a great team of Canadians, a great team of Germans to bring it to life in the film. And then, again, seeing the guys at Ritual trying to adapt this whole other world as well. It's, it's like everybody's basing everything they're doing off the work of Simon Bisley, and Simon's a hoot to work with, and we've got a series of other things we're doing together. So.
But it's really, remember when Lobo became a woman?
Yeah, it's got like the Lobo's head on this amazing body. So.
Because I remember when I was looking at, I have the fact here and the comic book that Mike sent me because he knows I'm a big fan of like George and Disney, so he sent it to me. I'm like, it's Lobo as a woman. That's awesome.
That's pretty funny.
You probably didn't make that connection, no?
But no, not till now. It is like. Now, probably I would when Julie gets really pissed off, you can see it come out her Lobo side.
Are you going to do more games? You're still doing Heavy Metal Magazine, right?
Yep, Heavy Metal Magazine system that we put out 9 issues a year. Still having a blast doing that. The process of doing the movie was great. Whether there be a continuation of Julie's character in the movie, who knows? But I know there'll be a continuation in the game. I know that the Ritual guys are already planning, what the next levels or what the next adventures of Julie, aka Heavy Metal Pack 2, what are those going to be? So that's exciting.
Okay, thank you so much for giving me so much time.
You're watching
GameSpot TV.
Hey there, you're watching
GameSpot TV.
In this world of longing for something real and alive, sometimes I wish I could see we found a common ground, a common ground. Oh, and we could take this from you tomorrow. And will we turn our years away? And where if the curtain falls this time forever, will we remember your face?
And what brings you to the Game Developers Conference?
I'm a professional gamer, and GameSpot flew me out here to play at their booth, exhibition matches against the public.
How do you become a professional gamer?
You play a lot and you enter tournaments, and depending on how you play, you get endorsements, and then you travel to future tournaments, etc., etc.
And what's your favorite game?
I mainly play Quake 3. 2 years ago, I started out with Quake 1, and just kind of went from there. So right now, I just play Quake 3.
And what, in your opinion, has been the major innovations in the past 5 or 10 years that have brought video games to where they are today?
I think the fact that the internet kind of exploded a few years ago kind of made multiplayer gaming possible. So when Quake 1 came out, the industry was ready. Like back in the Doom days, multiplayer gaming was there, but it just wasn't as widespread as it is today. So when services like GameSpot started popping up, then it's a lot easier today to go and just get on a server and play with strangers all over the country. While back in the day, you just play against friends on LAN.
And when you started playing Quake 1 and then Quake 2, you initially started playing on LAN. When did you play on multiplayer now, or do you primarily stick to...
I kind of started out from the beginning, because, it was available and it was more fun than just playing against monsters, so I just started out playing against other players.
And where do you think video games are going in the future? What can we look for in the next 5 or 10 years as far as video games go?
But hopefully it will become more of a mainstream sport. So it is. Hold on 1 second.
All right. You say, what innovations do you think we're going to see in the next 5 or 10 years in gaming? What are games going to be?
Hopefully gamers will get more endorsements and sponsorships from major companies, because I think it makes a very good spectator sport. So, it will probably be televised and get to the stage where it will be like an everyday event. Like you turn on the TV and there is golf, log sawing contests, and hopefully there will be Quake and other multiplayer games next to it, which I think is as much fun as the other sports.
And you're competing against people who come up to you here. How do you find the competition at the Game Developers Conference?
Well,
are you just smoking everybody?
The way I'd like to put it is that they aren't professional. So they spend their time designing games, not playing them.
Right.
So they are very good, though.
Right. And
nice people.
What do you think about women in gaming? And what's your general opinion about women in gaming?
There are a lot of women who play computer games. Since I started out playing, back then it was a novelty and very hip thing. And I figured the media will calm down about the whole female gamer scene, since it's normal. We play, it's out there, no big deal. But they are still very hyped about the idea of female gaming.
And what are your opinions about the next generation of console systems? Do you have any thoughts about the PlayStation 2 or the Xbox or anything like that?
I think I'll stick with PC as my main platform, but I'll definitely try them. Sounds like fun.
All right, great. Thanks a lot.
Thanks for being with us here today. Appreciate it.
My first time to come in the show.
Glad you had a chance to stop by. So, what's up with God these days, and what are your big games that you're showing here at the show?
We've got a very, very strong lineup of games we're showing across the street. Promise a lot, including games using all the major 3D engines, and then a couple of things that I think nobody expected technology-wise. Heavy Metal Pack 2 is showing over there for the first time, which is using a quick 3 engine. Obviously, gorgeous technology and a really nice conceptual art to work with. It's just game using a lift tech engine, just like the Circus. I think also surprising a lot of people. Like, oh, that's how you make a really cool game out of kit. And what else do we have over there? We have Rune using the Unreal 2 technology, which is still pretty early on. But I think the big surprise for everybody's been Nocturne. It's a technology that hasn't been out yet, so nobody's licensed it, so it's not like one of the hot buttons right now. But I think after the show, Nocturne's going to be on everybody's lips. So here at Sony, we won a lot of best of shows on websites and stuff for this category. And that's pretty excited about that one, particularly because it's for this year.
That's great. God's kind of an up-and-coming publisher. You've really come a long way in the last year and a half or so. Where do you see your company going over the next couple of years?
Well, luckily for us, a year and a half into it, we're just continuing to execute our business plan. We haven't had to alter our philosophies or make any sacrifices really yet, which is just unheard of, starting up a new business. So we're really thrilled to be where we're at, and we're at the end of year one in our business plan. The business plan calls for us to continue to grow very slowly and selectively, bringing in some new teams, hopefully. We've got some really nice internet stuff to unveil soon for our company, some stuff that's never been done. Not just games, but a paradigm.
Online is going to be a major part of your strategy?
Well, not necessarily the massively multiplayer game that everybody's pitching me every 15 minutes. But yeah, I think people expected, one of the things they expected from the gathering was that we would lead on the internet and not just be there because we had to, which is sort of where we're at right now. We've got all the information up there and teaching tools for developers, and it's nice because it's all easily accessible information. But we've got some slightly sexier stuff on the way that I think is more along the lines of what people expect from us. The battle against consolidation or whatever, I think the internet's going to be our best friend. A friend that the other entertainment industries didn't have. Fighting that battle. So we definitely will be at the forefront of that fight.
What other major trends do you see going on in gaming right now?
Well, everybody's, I guess the talk of the show still is the new consoles and how that's going to affect the PC market and the casual versus hardcore gamer. We love it. We want everyone else to focus on all these casual gamers and on the consoles, as we believe very strongly in our core market and our core competency, the PC and Mac stuff, so we're doing mining now. So we're actually enjoying a lot of the versions that we think a lot of the big new publishers are turning their big ships, and it's going to be very hard for them to turn back. So we love it that all the big boys have their attention focused in a completely different area than us. I think that a lot of publishers don't want to deal with the prima donna developers now, which are our specialty. So that's great, man. Just move away. You're right. We'll deal with these guys. And, we still believe in top talent and all the things that come with that. Paying them big dollars and treating them right, because the products we have, you won't find a weak one in our catalog or that we're showing over there. And that's really what we're about. Is every game doesn't have to sell 500,000 units. As long as nobody's going to say it was a bad game from us, that's our goal. Is to stay clean. And to make sure that our core audience recognizes that and has some level of confidence that we're filtering.
You've talked before about the PlayStation 2 and how you think it might change the dynamic of the gaming market. Do you think that it'll take away some of the former PC game players?
Perhaps. I mean, that's definitely the pitch that the console people want you to believe. I do think that a lot of this new casual gaming market on the PC will end up being the casual gaming market on consoles, just because the very nature of the console is an on and off button, like television, and that's something that
the PlayStation 2. 12 minutes?
PlayStation 2 is definitely exciting in that I think a lot of people are looking for some Pixar level, Toy Story level animation. And that's exciting just from being a gamer.
Definitely.
In the business aspect, yeah, we believe all the marketing and hype and all that is aimed at mass culture. We think that that's where mass culture will go. And we're hoping that the core gamer, the CGW reader, right? That understands games and knows that the richest experience can still only be found on a PC. Those are the guys we're going to continue to focus on. And so it's nice for us that we would almost rather not have to deal with the pressures that come with sort of homogenized entertainment for the masses. We can allow our developers to continue to create whatever's in them. And we're trying to pair up some really in-depth core gamer content with some mass market appeal, like the Kiss game, like the Heavy Metal game. Both of those audiences are much bigger than ours, and so we're hoping that through these licenses and future ones, we can sort of get rid of the stigma that comes with if you're trying to appeal to the masses, you're not going to have great games. We're trying to erase that by pairing up these licenses with really hot games, technology. Where in the past it's sort of been one or the other. Either you have a license or you have a game.
Yeah. Lately, that's a long. Before the show, there's been a lot of talk about violence related to computer games and video games, and some of the games that your company is developing have violent content in them. Do you think that there's any relationship between violence and interactive entertainment and violent behavior among kids?
Tough question. I mean, if the question is violence in gaming, along with all of the other violent things about our culture and our entertainment and our media, is that desensitizing our culture, and is our culture becoming more violent? I think probably so. And I think that in the whole mix of things, yeah, our games directly resulting in people getting shot. Unfortunately, I'm seeing my friends unable to defend themselves. A lot of them are being attacked or involved in litigation or whatever and can't speak on their own defense. So I've been trying to steer the press that I talk to, at least, since I'm not currently being sued, to just do a tiny bit of homework. All it takes is the slightest bit of research to show that, hey, the people that are committing violent crimes, and 95% of our violent crimes, not the more flamboyant ones that make television for a month, but the people that are going to jail every day for violent crimes are not our audience. They're not any of them two people. and it's like, wake up. And you can just, in a very general sense, you can say that violent crimes and shootings have decreased in the time that computer games have been around.
That's right.
It's absolutely true. But that's silly. That's one of those statistics you make work for you. But it has been frustrating that the media has been typically sensationalistic and very following the leader. Most of the mass culture media has been following this. That's the first thing about our world.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, neither does most of the mass culture, and this is their first exposure. Because we're killing their children, which is coming from me, who knows a lot of the people in this industry, some very, very good, hardworking people, some of the best people I know. And I just hate to see them being portrayed this way, creating murder simulators or whatever.
Yeah.
It's so ridiculous. There's no avoiding it. It was a tragic thing that happened. These kids were apparently very troubled beings, I remember Ozzy Osbourne once was quoted and said, the parents raised these kids for 18 years. They listened to my song for 3 minutes. It's my fault. The kids fucked up.
Do you think that the rating system is adequate for computer games?
It might. I don't know. I haven't seen the research to see if the consumer understands what it is. If anything, I think we could stand to market it and explain to the public what it is they're looking for and what the symbols mean, or that they're even there. I think the people in our industry understand what they are, and that's great. When I was at id Software, we were one of the first ones with Doom 2, which was the first big game to sign up for this voluntary rating. And we absolutely believe that people should know what's in the box before they buy it, especially if it's someone buying a gift for someone or whatever. Yeah, we think it's a great thing. We think it's adequate, except to the extent that I think a lot of the lesser educated consumers, if they're going to buy a game, don't know to look for it, don't understand what it means. So maybe a concerted effort by the industry to educate the public, or by the retailers, to have something in their stores explaining what this is for parents who are concerned or whatever. Would help.
Do you think that there's a responsibility on part of retailers not to sell adult games to underaged buyers?
It's tough. It's a tough question because the music industry obviously faces the same thing. And everybody knows that once you ban something, once it's harder to get for the teenage audience that you're trying to protect, you just double down, by banning it. So, no, I don't think the retailers should have to be carding people to sell games. I do think that the parents of these kids have to take responsibility, just as they are to make sure they're not watching Cinemax after dark every night. To have some idea of what their kids are doing down there in the room with the PlayStation or with the computer or whatever. I am a parent, and ultimately I believe it all comes down to that responsibility. I'm a little upset that more focus hasn't been on this whole violence issue, on the big 60-minute story on the worst parents in America. Kids built pipe bombs for a year. Nobody knew. I'm making light of something that's not a light topic, but it has been very frustrating that the level of depth or research done is silly. The most recent thing that was in mass media is pointing at natural-born killers, and there's somebody suing Oliver Stone,
right?
Which is like the ultimate irony, because that whole movie was about the media making these guys into heroes and altering reality, for people's perception of violence and making it sexy or making it big news every day. So it's a strange little thing our culture goes through every few years, whether it's film or violence or whatever. As a parent, maybe it's a good thing. I'm hoping for that big wave of conservatism to wash back across the country before my daughters are in high school. Just say no. comes and it goes. You know, I think that our industry is strong enough and responsible enough to survive this. And I just wish that we were being a little more forthcoming and defending ourselves. Everybody's certainly great. They love things. Except me, you know, whatever. Here I am against the wishes of all my friends.
Do you think that more games could be made for a female audience or for a younger audience? Do you think that enough is being done in PC games to make games beyond the male 25-year-old gamer?
It's getting there. I've always thought the problem with that concept is the people making the games are guys. They're all sci-fi early adopters, technically geeks, and they don't write well for that audience. I do think that that's what will have to happen for our industry to break out of the closet culture. You know, because right now it's the Star Trek crowd. That's who we are. Sad but true. And these guys trying to make a love story or make something that has more of a mass appeal, a comedy game, whatever, they're not going to do very well. It's just not in the cards. So the only way that happens is, I think, some people that have been making games and have that expertise meeting up with some people that are completely fresh and not the Star Trek crowd or Star Wars crowd, and making something palatable to the masses or to different audiences. Not the masses always sounds like they're dumbing down. To make a really compelling content that doesn't revolve around shooting something or being in a spaceship with an alien or whatever. Hasn't happened. It's not going to happen for a while. Games for girls right now are insulting women. And the women designers are going to have to come and teach us because the guys will screw it up forever. So that just takes a while. Women are much later adopters of technology. Generally, they wait for us to get it right. And when they come along, things will change.
Okay. Well, thanks for being here today. I don't have any more questions.
Good. You don't have any more questions?
Networking strategy. Now, our vision here is very clear. Computer entertainment should mean more to the world than music or movies. This is a goal, and it is an achievable goal. As we move from the analog to the digital world, from the passive to the interactive world, we want to bring more and more consumers into the experience of computer entertainment. And I'd like to really put this into some context over time. Back in the 70s, we had the toy market, which is really where the video game market started. And then we moved into the video game business in the 80s, the computer entertainment business in the 90s, and we're about to move into what we call the network digital entertainment market for the next century, or this century. We're already in it. And this is also going to grow the market tremendously. We're going to have billions of dollars and very many hundreds of millions of consumers. So let's talk about the flow of this strategy. To start with, PlayStation 2 does not have, on purpose, a modem built into it, but you can plug in through USB an analog modem. Now, Sony Computer Entertainment is not going to come out with a modem in the analog space, but third-party software developers should be able to support inside their applications, and we encourage you to do so, USB modems connected to servers, multiplayer games, or whatever you see fit. We're also very interested in mobile and wireless connectivity to PlayStation 2, and we will be making some announcements in this area in the coming months. But the real key to our strategy is the broadband adapter, which will be available next year. Now, broadband is a very lofty goal, and in order to achieve this, we're going to have to form strategic alliances for building the broadband infrastructure, making sure that the fastest and fastest pipe comes into the home for delivering digital computer entertainment. And this is what we're working hard on right now. The broadband adapter will be 100 megabit Ethernet with a very high capacity hard disk drive connected via the PCM-CIA port on the PlayStation 2 system. Now, the network is obviously running IP packets, it's the internet. But connected to it will be a number of servers which will deliver discrete products and services into the home via the PlayStation 2. And this is just a very small example of what we're going to be able to see on the broadband network. Now, because PlayStation 2 is backwardly compatible with all of those 3,000 titles that are available for PlayStation, it's very straightforward for us to launch a server that contains all of the PlayStation 1 titles ever made. And perhaps the titles that are no longer on the shelf, we can now see a business model and a market to exploit these titles well into the future. We can also see PlayStation 2 content available for download off a server via the broadband network. Now, this could be demos, it could be full titles, but it could also be episodes of titles, and I'm going to come back to talk about this in a little while. Obviously, video is an important part of that. With the MPEG-2 capabilities of PlayStation 2, we can stream and download videos into the hardware, but also audio. As we all know, the explosive digital audio is a very important feature of today's world, and digital content generally. One thing that we're not so interested in is just good old HTML. That's something for PC. But we think there are new ways that you can navigate streams of content, streams of information, streams of entertainment for a very, very rewarding experience. Wrapped around this will obviously be the most significant thing, which is IP protection. Making sure that copyright and intellectual property is managed carefully, and that is something that we will do very well with the Magic Gate technology built into the PlayStation 2. Now, I'd like to talk a little bit about the future, the far future, and start encouraging the community of developers represented here today to start thinking of changing the way we play and changing the business model associated with that play pattern. Let's talk about episodic entertainment. Let's talk about hybrid products that reside partially on the disk but predominantly over the network. Think of digital broadcast of content to hundreds of thousands or millions of users at the same time. Think of navigable content which is enhanced via this network connectivity. Think of time release of content. Now, maybe we all download it over a period of a few days, but we all get access to it at the same time for that shared cultural experience. And I'm going to talk a little bit about this in connection later on. Think of new business models, demo to buy. Think of channel subscription. Think of embedded dynamic advertising. Let's get rid of banner advertising at the top of the screen and let's embed it seamlessly into the product. So in a sports game, why shouldn't you be selling advertising space on the side of the field like they do in TV? In a racing game, why shouldn't the billboards that you see at the side of the screen be enhanced revenue opportunities for the developer and publisher? And why should we not have pay-per-play like they have pay-per-view in cable television? How about a pay-per-play wrestling event, multiplayer wrestling game where a few 100,000 people, last man standing wins maybe some money, who knows? These are new opportunities that are opened by the network. The other thing that I wanted to talk about was episodic entertainment. We should stop thinking about the disc containing the entire content of the product. We should start thinking about the TV show development model where you create a standard set of tools or an engine which then can yield multiple episodes, perhaps one every week, that consumers can download. We've all had the water cooler experience the next day after a great episode of Ali McBeal or LA Law or whatever, where we talk about what happened last night. And there's no reason why we couldn't see the same thing in video games, where we all played a killer level of a new game that just was being made available to us all, and we all shared our experiences about how much we enjoyed it or how quickly we were eaten by a dragon. And also within this, you can get a consumer feedback loop. You can actually get data back from the consumer about how much they enjoyed it. It can help guide the product development process. We all talk about game development taking 12, 18 months, 36 months or whatever to complete that game, that masterpiece on disk. But what if the development never finishes? What if you create an engine and then you bring people in to build different episodes? This game could last forever. That's a scheduling problem. But I think the potential is there that, obviously the people represented in this room are going to build the best engine, and once they build one engine, they can leave it to other people to build the episodes. But then they can go on and build another engine, and you could actually have 4 or 5 TV shows or game channels deriving significant audiences and significant revenue at the same time. There are TV producers who have 4 or 5 hit shows at any one time who make millions. And there's no reason why video game developers should be any different into the future. We should challenge ourselves to think of new ways of interfacing between the network, the TV, and the PlayStation 2 console. Also think of the consumer as a content provider as well as a content receiver. The ability for the consumer to use iLink and USB to upload content via the digital media import represented on PlayStation 2. Think of PlayStation 2 as the digital entertainment hub in the home for personal creativity as well as entertainment. We're really going to change the definition of the video game with this product in the future. This is going to yield some mass market growth. And what we're confident of here is that maybe not next year, but maybe in future years when we come back to GDC, we're talking about a conference which is tens of thousands of people and representing skill sets from motion pictures, movies, and interactivity. But you can rest assured that the value is in what we do, which is in the interactive portion. But we're going to grow to invite all of these other creators into our market. And the world is watching. The video game business is growing faster than any other entertainment business, and depending on which figures you read, perhaps last year actually beat the US box office for the first time. This is a really exciting opportunity. Just last week, Newsweek ran a 6 or 7 page story, a great story covering PlayStation 2. But it's also great for the industry. We've got to focus. Now this means a great opportunity for us, but also an opportunity that we should use wisely and responsibly. We can really grow our market and we can grow the opportunity for everybody to really have a much bigger audience for our product, which is ultimately what we're all looking for. So I'd like to show you a game firmly established in PlayStation as a key product and show you a first glimpse of Tekken Tag Tournament on PlayStation 2. Namco was very kind to actually give me a pre-production master disc. This is not a finished product, but is representative of the final game, which is shipping in just a week or so in Japan, I believe. So I'm going to ask Dominic Mallinson, the Director of Technology for R&D, to show his Tekken playing skills. Don't rubbish it. Choose a background here that is a nice dynamic background. See all the different characters. You have 2 characters selected at once. And the game features, 20, 30 different characters and hundreds of different animations for each character. Here's a great example of the power of PlayStation with this background, where each of the grass elements in the background is being animated independently, and you can see the fully 3D rendered characters in the background, and the full geometry of the trees and the mountains. This is something that is not possible in the arcades today, and really is indicative of the performance that we have inside PlayStation 2. What's Dominic to the last picture? Very good. Round of applause for Dominic there. Okay, let's move on and conclude with a special video presentation of a game in development in Japan right now from Capcom. This is a video of a game called Onimusha, which is from the creators of the Resident Evil series. And I think, although it has tremendous gameplay opportunities, it also demonstrates some fabulous artistic creativity in the content of the game. And I think we can show some of the things that I was talking about earlier on into the future with really broadening our audience. So let's run this video and check it out. more and more over time. I'd like to thank you very much for your attention, and hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. What we're going to do, because it's now lunchtime, if you do want to check out this
UNPT. I work for an independent game company in Denmark called Via Metropole. I'm an executive manager. Founded the company 8 months ago, and it's a 10-person company. We're developing a massively multiplayer online role-playing game.
Great.
We're getting close to a publisher deal, so that's the situation for me right now.
Do you have a title of the game yet?
It's called Via Metropole, as well as the company, so that's not so innovative, or it is, I don't know, but that's the fact right now.
Talk a little bit about the difference between developing games in Scandinavia and what you've seen here in the United States a little bit.
There's a big problem about games in Scandinavia in general is that it's not very well looked upon as industry. Investors, compared to the States, look upon the gaming industry as a very immature industry, not really worthwhile looking at, and it's not very easy to get a publisher contract in Denmark with a Danish company or a Scandinavian company, because the belief in the industry has not yet evolved. I think we are it's under development, because with the experiences from the American market and the Japanese market, they will have to get focused on the market and the industry.
What do you think the biggest innovations of games have been in the past 5 or 10 years that have brought us to where we are today?
I think you can look at it in two ways, or I usually do. There's the technological perspective, and there's the content perspective. I tend to focus on the content perspective, since it's a kind of obvious how much the technological perspective which impact it has had. In terms of content, it's more difficult. I don't see much development in that perspective. What I mean is, the industry in general tends to reproduce success, which makes the good games or the most selling games the one that you would want to copy if you want to make a success. What I would like to see in the future, and which is the subject my company is focusing on, is in general more content and focused on the social and psychological development process for the player as an individual and in a group.
Do you believe that the creation of massive online worlds where people can come and interact on a more social level is one way to do that, to immerse the player in a bigger story?
Yes, indeed I do. And why? I think right now the mass market, which is the market we all want to reach, has not yet evolved that much that we can reach it with online games. They're not designed well enough yet so that you can have a lot of people interacting in the same world. What we see right now in massively multiplayer online games is that the same 300,000 to 500,000 worldwide players tend to use the games and to jump to the next game when it comes out. There's a great opportunity and the challenge in finding the content that the mass market would like to play. And when we find that, there's no doubt that these massively multiplayer online games and the persistent environments will contains lots of opportunities concerning learning, development, personal development, social development, like that. So
what is your company specifically looking to do to make that a reality?
We are focusing on strategies to make collective goals for players, and giving the players the tools to solve collective problems, and that is by giving them tools to make social contracts and to develop socially. that's the specific way, the unspecific way right now.
And finally, what's your favorite video game of all time?
Oh, that's a hard one. The one I've played most is Ultima Online, which is a massively multiplayer online world.
It's the first one.
Well, yes, the first graphical one, really graphical one, and it's still going. And the funny part about Ultima Online is that it was the game that tricked me into the business, because I felt like really they had this tiny little design issue that made it unique from all other games, that when you did something, your skills evolved as to what you did, and not in all ordinary games where you do a lot of things and then you can choose in which way you want to develop yourself. And that's the fact that the close connection between your doing and the impact on your character in the game, I found brilliant, and I'm evolving on that in our game now. It's made a big impact on me, that game.
All right, great. Thanks a lot, Philip.
You're welcome.
Let's get underway with Pokemon Tournament Petite, the tournament for unevolved Pokemon. Let's see how much fight the cutest Pokemon can put up. They strike fighting poses. Brilliant crack! Accuracy took a hit. Hit you string shot. Its speed is down. Are they testing each other's strength? Here it comes! Thunder! Severe hit! Down! That didn't take much! That defeat means a Pokemon swap. Oh, it's icing! How will the type difference affect that? Combatants face each other. What now? There, it's a hit. Hypnosis. Oh no, it's asleep. Falling asleep is going to make this a one-sided fight. The commands are issued. Oh, this will be a change of Pokemon. Oh, it's Sonic! What's this? Oh! How will the swap Pokemon fight? What will it do? Yeah, it's a hit! What's that? What's the weak? Both Pokemon appear equally fit. What now? Will that spot? What's this? A decent hit! What a furious battle! What'll it do? Good hit! What's that? That's a good hit! Both Pokemon are exhausted. there with the hit. And it's down. There's a...
So, Richard, you're here showing off Ultima Ascension, the 9th game and the core game in the Ultima series. Now, the last game came out in 1994, so it's been a long time this one's been in development. Why is it taking so long?
Yeah, 5 years is obviously much longer than any of us anticipated being working on a game. And there have actually been kind of 2 or 3 timeline setbacks, so to speak, with Ultima 9. But probably the biggest one, in fact, the biggest one, was the fact that we started Ultima 9 and Ultima Online at the same time, about 5 years ago. And about a year and a half after that, we realized that Ultima Online was a much bigger problem than we had anticipated. And it was going to take many, many more years if we didn't do something about it. And we also thought it was a really strategic title for us to go ahead and get out fairly quickly. So we actually stopped development of Ultima 9, put the entire team on Ultima Online for what's supposed to be, a handful of months. It ended up being about a year and a half, additional year and a half to get Ultima Online out. So that kind of year and a half delay, plus then the fact that the technology for Ultima 9 was now a year and a half out of date, so we really had to do a major rewrite of the underlying subsystems. So, that plus some kind of internal origin turmoil kind of added up to, a majorly long development cycle for a game.
So after all that delay and all the little hiccups that you've gone through in development, you couldn't possibly have foreseen when you started out. What are you content now that this Ultima is going to be a true core Ultima like previous ones in the series?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, more so than has been seen in recent Ultima history. The last lineage Ultima, the last numeral of Ultima was Ultima 8, which was the first Ultima I shipped as part of Electronic Arts. And one of the interesting things about being part of a public corporation for the first time was you start hearing about things like how important it is to ship within the quarter and make financials in a very different kind of way than I was accustomed to as a private company as Origin. And I actually made in my mind, a terrible strategic mistake, which is, I was trying to be a good corporate citizen, and, we shipped Ultima 8 on time. And the downside of that was, the good side was we pleased the parents, the bad side of that was it was really unfinished. And so Ultima 8 was a much less polished Ultima than I'm accustomed to releasing. So this Ultima, in spite of the delays, people are always pressuring us about, okay, it's been long enough, when is it going to come out? But our statement, both publicly and corporately, is, this Ultima is being perfected before it gets shipped, as the fitting conclusion of this trilogy of trilogies that I've been creating for, 20 plus years.
Now you mentioned Ultima 8. Ultima 8, I think everyone thought was a visually beautiful game with a meaty soundtrack well ahead of its time, but in addition to the fact that, like you indicated, it was somewhat unfinished in some aspects. There was a significant paths that you put out to improve some of the gameplay aspects, some of the storyline. But it also disappointed some hardcore fans because of its more action-oriented, more visual, more focus as opposed to traditional hardcore role-playing.
Sure.
Now, given that experience, what have you learned in terms of Ultima Ascension? What kind of focus are you looking for there?
Yeah, so I agree with you about the positive aspects of Ultima 8 in the sense of it really was a beautiful environment to play within. But and even the real-time animation and a lot of that kind of visual detail and animation, as well as the audio, as you mentioned, is a huge asset to that product. But it was really missing the kind of core guts of kind of what makes Ultimas, which are these well-crafted epic stories, very detailed, immersive environments in the sense of the details of interaction, and those elements are kind of our number one goal with Ultima 9. In fact, at our booth, I'm showing where I'm showing Ascension. I also have 2 posters on the wall within the room, and one poster is Ultima 4, and the other poster is Ultima 7. And that's what I can keep kind of repeating to people my personal mantra about Ultima 9, which is my goal is to first of all to make an immersive, a beautiful, a fabulously immersive world to the greatest degree I can with things like 3D graphics, and we have to have quadraphonic surround sound. We've recorded everything in THX. We're the first non-Lucas THX certified studio. And the second primary goal is going back to the roots, for example, in Ultima 4. Ultima 4 was kind of the first Ultima that kind of defined the future of the series, with the goal being to tell these epic, personally meaningful stories that are well crafted. So that's the touchstone for Ultima 9 and kind of what we're driving to as long as it takes.
You've indicated that Ultima Ascension is obviously going to be a core Ultima. It's going to focus on the virtues, aspects that have been core throughout the series, especially Ultima 4, which is one of the fans' favorites in particular, I guess. But you've also indicated that you want to make an easily accessible game, and it is the 9th game in the series. It is, but it's also, for many gamers, going to be a very new Ultimate experience, and it looks different. And you've also done some aspects to make it more intuitive, I think, in the gameplay.
Right.
Discuss those.
Yeah. So one of the usual difficulties that new players have when they choose to play an Ultima is that Ultimas are very complex and sophisticated, and also they're very open-ended. Ultimas, one of the strong suits for experienced players of an Ultima is that unlike a linear adventure game, Ultimas are really living, breathing worlds you can kind of explore deeply to your heart's content, and often in whatever sequence you choose to. Well, that asset has a downside, which is that for new characters, you get dropped into these complex environments that are so open-ended. It's often difficult to get kind of started in the right path or get off on the right foot. And so we've paid particular attention to that. And actually, there's some lessons we've learned from some competitors and some other products within Electronic Arts. For example, Westwood's new game, Westwood's new fantasy game, Lands of Lore 3. Thank you very much. So with Westwood's, let me start that over again. With Westwood's game, Lands of Lore 3, one of the things I think they did very right was at the beginning of the game, you discover your interface objects as you play the first phase of the game. And that gives you a reward for just fairly simple activities of exploration. And so we've kind of taken cues from other products that I think have done a really good job of introducing the player to the new interface and to the new world. And we've applied that same logic to how we've presented Ultima 9. So Ultima 9 has the game is probably 40 to 100 hours in duration, but the first hour or maybe 2 hours of gameplay are actually spent kind of discovering the interface versus being kind of threatened by antagonists within the game, or even being or even having the high concepts of the goals of the game, flooded on top of your mind to try to take in all at once.
Now, it's obvious that to anyone looking at Ultima Ascension, it looks very different. You have the true 3D world, polygonal graphics, 3D accelerated hardware required now, both 3D sound support offered. And given the traditionalist fan out there who loves Ultima and everything that goes along with it, an interactive world, a very complex world with lots of NPCs running around and that you can communicate, are all of those aspects intact?
Absolutely. So this Ultima, I believe, and I'm confident players will agree, fulfills the vision of of the lineage pure Ultimas, in the sense of it is a true living, breathing world where the characters walk around and have their daily lives, getting up in the morning and traveling to work and acknowledging each other as they pass on the street and interacting conversationally with you, and all the detailed objects within the world that you can manipulate and pick up and combine and use in a wide variety of ways. It's important, I know that 3D is, of course, kind of gives people some concern, and understandably so, because most 3D games are action shooters, not deep immersive role-playing games. And the reason why 3D games have generally not been deep immersive role-playing games is because until the advent of 3D hardware, 3D graphics limited the detail that you could put within the world to such a degree that it was difficult to create deep immersive role-playing games. But if you look back at the earliest Ultimas, Ultimas 1 and 2, for example, those games actually included 2D outdoors, 3D dungeon graphics, and even actually went out into space and flew around between the stars and planets. They were these hodgepodges of everything kind of fantasy and science fiction that I found interesting at the time, at the ripe old age of 17 to 19 years old. And then over time, the reason why Ultimas really ended up in 2D graphics was really for two reasons. One was that in bitmap graphics, you could see the resolution and detail of the world that I was really interested in. And another very practical one was, quite frankly, I could write the 2D code, and I was not up to writing the 3D code. And so thus Ultimas migrated to being 2D games. But the goal of every Ultima from the very beginning has been to be these immersive virtual worlds to go live out a compelling alter existence. And so I'm personally actually really excited that we're finally at the age where, even though virtual reality is a decade or so away, the point is we're creating these kind of virtual experiences that are becoming more and more realistic, more and more like real life.
Now, you haven't been as personally involved in Ultima for a long time as you have been with Ultima Ascension. How have you found being so involved daily with?
Oh yeah, as the founder of Origin, of course, I have this constant quandary of help make sure the company does well, and of course, my own products with the Ultima series, and so that's constantly been a struggle. And there are times when I've kind of drifted one way versus the other. And this time, as you note, I am 100% applying myself to Ultima 9 to a very detailed degree. I've built many of the maps. Actually, for the first time in 10 years, I've written some of the C code. I wrote many of the conversations. I've directed the fine details about the balance of combat. So there's no question that this Ultima is a Richard Garriott Ultima in the sense of its kind of polish and detail, much more than you've seen in quite a few Ultimas.
Origin's indicated that it has a new approach on online games. They've had great success with Ultima Online after a few initial hiccups, but now things are going extremely well on that front, and that Ultima Ascension, at least for the time being, is going to be the last single-player Ultima product, or Origin product for that matter. What does the future hold for the Ultima series now?
Yeah, so Origin is 100% committed to kind of capitalizing on this discovered leadership position that we now have within massively multiplayer online gaming. And it's interesting to kind of watch the premise of how and why, and then how that also relates to my personal drive, for example, to be a storyteller, which is a lot easier to do in solo player games than it is in massively multiplayer games. In fact, right now it's if you look at Ultima Online, for example, our storytelling in Ultima Online is negligible. Whereas Ultima 9, that's the whole point of it. And we really believe that one of the reasons why Ultima Online has had the chance to succeed as well as it has is because of the solo player Ultimas that have created this, this rich fictional backdrop and world for people to go play in. So in fact, we need to be able to do that storytelling that we only can do in solo player games. However, we have 125,000 subscribers now, and we're gaining about 500 per week, and have been as long as we've been operating the service. And even though Ultima Online is now the most profitable and highest revenue-generating PC product in Origin and Electronic Arts history, so that's how important this is financially for our companies. However, our back-end service, the bigger the service gets, the more efficient the service will become in the sense of operational efficiencies of bandwidth and server capacities and things of that nature. So we actually very rapidly believe and need and want to drive to about 1 million subscribers by bringing out, Ultimas and Wing Commanders and Battlefield games and new properties in the online space. And so that's our mission one, is to get that suite of activity done before we consider doing other solo player games. But interestingly, if you'd asked me this question about 6 months ago, I actually would have said, I would have said, I don't know how to tell the compelling stories like I tell in the lineage Ultimas in massively multiplayer settings. However, over the last few months, as we're wrapping up here now in Ultima 9, and we're beginning to get our thinking hats on to start talking about how can we best apply our skills of storytelling into multiplayer environments, we actually believe we now have the answer to that question. So we actually think that we can create what you might consider a hybrid, which is a place where people have a persistent life, where they can kind of collect their the treasures that they've collected on their adventures into a homestead, so to speak, where they can socialize with other people and meet other people to go on adventures, and then that they can go on adventures either on their own or with groups of people as a party, or with even larger amounts of people as a guild or a town. That those experiences can be orchestrated in such a way that they are just as compelling as, for example, a Quest of the Avatar style mission for you personally in life. So if we can solve that problem, by the way, so if we can pull it off, which we haven't done it yet, so you can't say for sure, but if we can pull it off, I actually think that it's a win-win for everybody, in the sense of I think we there is some chance that we can put the best of both worlds together and really kind of create the ultimate virtual world entertainment experience.
That's interesting. Ultima Online wasn't the first massively multiplayer online game, but it certainly was the most ambitious, and it certainly brought that industry to that genre to the forefront. Now that genre has matured a bit. It's been a couple of years, and EverQuest has been released. It's doing well. Asheron's Call with Turbine and Microsoft is on the horizon.
Yep.
What do you see happening in the Ultima Online universe?
Yeah, so it's interesting. When competition finally showed up on the doorstep, and we, of course, were kind of all waiting to see what would happen to ourselves as well. And so we actually anticipated seeing both a slowdown in the growth rate of our service, or even we expected a downturn. And in fact, interestingly, as successful as they have been, we've continued to have our 500 subscribers per week add through their entire release and sales process. We did see a slowdown or a brief diminishing in the number of hours per day that people were playing the service, probably because people were playing both. However, fundamentally, it hasn't affected us really much at all, which has been the same, at a smaller scale, it's been the same effect that people before us have seen, be that Meridian 59 or Kesmai, or as other people have brought out new products, it has generally not diminished the market for anybody else ahead. The good news is that means our market is really growing, and we haven't even come close to tapping the potential massively multiplayer audience yet. So for Origin, that's particularly good news, because we already have a highly profitable service at the 125,000 and growing marker. And we believe that from the lessons we've learned with Ultima Online, of course, we're extremely proud of Ultima Online. However, we also realize it's the first baby step, and there's just so many things that we would and are doing differently in the follow-on products. That we're confident that we can, attract multiple times as many people per product with our future releases.
Well, to ask you a question, while you're wearing your Origin cap as opposed to your cap as Ultimate Creator, what's next for Wing Commander? With all our rumors of online-only products, obviously giving a focus, can you give us any details for what you anticipate doing?
Yeah, so we actually don't have a product today in development for Wing Commander in the online space. However, that is our number one additional, the next property we for sure want to see in this space. So we're probably going to be looking for outside developers to try to attract to work with us to do that development. Interestingly, if you look at we have for the unannounced Ultima Online 2 product, didn't hear that here, we have a web page, the internal website where we keep all the design documents and things on, and we also have this competitors list page. And it's interesting to look at that competitor list because it has about 150 mostly small, massively multiplayer game company products on this list. And 2/3 of that list is kind of medieval swords and sorcery, Ultima-like products, and 1/3 of that list is Wing Commander-like products. And what's interesting about that is one, it tells me that so far this industry is so young and still doesn't have very many creative minds really thinking outside the box of kind of the normal property list. So I think there's lots of innovations that will still come. And also it means that there's enough developers out there now within either fantasy or science fiction that we think we'll be able to find a group that we can work with to specifically pursue Wing Commander.
Now, Wing Commander is just such a different experience. Unlike Ultima Online, which in part initially it was a victim of its popularity and lag, internet lag, and there were issues that had to be worked out. And it posed some problem for gameplay because gamers weren't used to online experiences with hundreds of people feeding information back and forth. Mm-hmm. Now, Wing Commander, on the other hand, is a much faster paced game, and no space sim has been able to have more than 3 or 4 players online. How technically do you get around the issues you have? It just seems like there's some formidable obstacles to it online.
Sure. Actually, I think that there are already people out there who have solved putting extremely large number of people into a volumetric flight engine. I mean, even if you look at things that are 10 years old with like the Air Warriors kinds of products, those have done, especially considering their current age, those guys have done, quite good jobs of putting larger groups of people together into volumetric arenas. So we actually don't think that's going to be the core of the problem. For us, the real problem for the Wing Commander property goes back to kind of one of the early problems of Ultimas. When Ultimas used to be 3D dungeons and 2D outdoors and even outer space, each feature that I would create, I would have to create a 2D version of that feature, like a magic spell had to operate in 2D, and I also had to make that same magic spell operate in 3D with a different piece of code. So I was really writing the same code twice. With Wing Commander, of course, Wing Commander, you think it's going to, of course, have spaceships flying around and fighting. However, we believe that massively multiplayer games, your personal identity is extremely important. And so you can imagine that one way to implement a Wing Commander online would be to have personal avatars that walk around separate from your ships that you might fly in. Well, now suddenly you're creating an Ultima and you're creating a Wing Commander all in one game. And so the ultimate direction or ultimate position that we'll want to push Wing Commander into in the online space, if not on the first version, the goal will be to have this very large game, very extensive space opera environment that includes characters moving around through spaces as well as ships, personal ships and capital ships navigating through space. So it's going to be it's a massive undertaking.
Talk about the mission of Shiny Entertainment and what was the impetus for starting Shiny Entertainment?
Well, what I did is when I first moved from Europe to America, I decided I got a job working to do a game for McDonald's of all people. And we made this McDonald's game called Global Gladiators. And the McDonald's hated it because they thought, being McDonald's, that you should buy and sell burgers in the game. And that was a terrible experience because they hated our game, but the game got Game of the Year. And so the fact is we actually got lots of acclaim and started to bring us some really lucrative deals. The next game we did was Aladdin for Disney, and it sold nearly $100 million worth of actual games from a small team of 9 guys. And so I realized, hey, this is a pretty cool business. So I started my own company. It's called Shiny Entertainment. I suddenly realized that most of America can't spell shiny, so our website is S-H-I-N-Y, not S-H-I-N-E-Y. And basically this company was formed just like that on the coastline of Southern California. I brought people in from all over the world and we started making games. And the thing that's great is because it's very non-corporate, we could just make anything that we liked. And if you look at the line of games that we've done, there's no theme to them. There seems to be no plan to them. There's literally, we just go, it would be fun to try making a multiplayer game, or it would be fun to make a game which is just pure action or something that's completely funny.
All your games, Earthworm Jim, MDK, Messiah, now Sacrifice, they're really original concepts behind them. What's the inspiration for these games, or where does your crew find its inspiration?
Well, basically what we do is the way Shiny works is we won't make a game until somebody comes up with a neat idea. So basically I will not fund a game unless it's got something that's really just clever that I haven't played before. And the draw is that we're making a game that we would like to have a play at ourselves when it's done. And so in Messiah, the concept was you could play anyone in the game at any time. And you can literally jump from body to body using this little cherub. And it was such a bizarre idea. People are like, you're going to make a game starring a baby? Are you guys crazy? But the fact is, you're playing this little baby that can jump into an armored cop who's in full combat gear. Okay.
The fact is you're playing a baby.
Yep. So the fact is you're playing this little baby that can jump into an armored cop who's in full riot gear, and so you can run around and you can use their weapons and you're incredibly tough. So basically you go from being very weak to very tough. And that was the twist in that game that we really liked. It's like in the movie Matrix, 1 minute Neo is really kind of tough, next minute he's running for his life. And you get that experience when you're playing Messiah. And so we stepped it up and up, so later on in the game we have, 15-foot tall genetically engineered beasts that you can jump into their body and control. The other twist to it was that you can pretend to be somebody. So to be in a game that you can walk into a room filled with cops and they think you're one of them because they didn't see you sneak into their body, means that you can kind of play around psychologically with other characters in the game. And the other thing you can do is you can use their body to take pain. So if I know that there's an ambush in this room, I can just run across the room and let this guy get shot, because it's not my body that's getting shot, it's his. And so it's a strange way to play a game. It's okay to get shot. In fact, sometimes it's a clever way to win. And that's a very strange shift on the normal, I'm a Marine and I'm going to kill everybody. And so that's why we go for that game. MDK, the reason we made that game was because of the sniper system. That was the first time I'd ever seen sniper system in a game, and as a result, today you see the sniper games everywhere. It was a very, very popular kind of concept. And then we came along to Sacrifice. Sacrifice, when you hear it described to you, it's a large fantasy multiplayer kind of game. It's very epic. It's got lots of great ideas. But I think personally the thing that's going to make it different is that while you think you're playing the game, there's actually gods above you playing the game through you. And these gods are manipulating you. So they are actually the one that really, truly wins. If this god wins, he's done it with your help. Of course, you had to be there. But he's manipulating you and deciding what to give you at certain times. And it's really strange to have the video game character actually winning and not actually you. And that's partly the design of the game that I thought was very clever. And inside it we have interesting interface designs and things like that. So it's usually at Shiny, if you come into our office with a great hook, then you're the sort of guy that we want working for us. So basically, another thing we do at Shiny is we're very, very fortunate because we have this reputation now of really letting people just make whatever kind of game that we all feel passionate about at that time. We start to draw in talent from other companies. There are people at top levels of other companies that say to me, this is the only other company in the business they would work for. And for example, with the Sacrifice team, we actually have a group of people from the original StarCraft team that's working on this game. So it's not like we are just a bunch of platform console guys trying to make a multiplayer game. We have breads working on this title, and that's part of the way Shiny is. It's constantly reestablishing itself and trying to draw in talent that's going to push us in new directions.
And where do you see games going in the future of gaming, and what role will Shiny play in that?
The way games are going in the future is really, really fun. I mean, you can see it's a technology nightmare. There's just so much new hardware constantly arriving. So what we did is we thought, look, let's not keep trying to chase this. Let's step way, way ahead of it. And so we don't really care what kind of hardware you've got. We really don't care at Shiny. What we do is we design our graphics so that there's no way on earth your machine could display it. There's no machine in existence that can display the level of graphics that we're drawing. And then the actual game itself will simplify those graphics to your hardware, whatever you have. And the thing that's exciting about that is it means whatever you have at home, it's pushed to its absolute limit while you're playing our games, but only our games. And so there's other teams now trying to do this as well. The word is scalability. You're going to hear it over and over and over as time goes on. It's a very, very important thing to actually pushing your machine properly. And so the thing that's exciting for us is we're working on this game Sacrifice right now. When it gets to Christmas and people are playing this game, they're going to be seeing detail on screen in the latest computers that we've never seen during development. So it's very much designing for the future, and I think that's the only way to survive this technology curve.
I'm the co-founder and president of DigiSense.
And tell me a little about DigiSense and what you do.
Okay, DigiSense, what we've come up with is a way to digitize and broadcast smell It incorporates smells in all forms of digital media, including interactive games and web pages, movies, and music.
Talk a little bit about the hardware requirements on the user end. What would you need to actually experience Sense? How does it work?
So there's two sides of it. One is the hardware, and we have a device that's a USB-based device that's plug and play that allows consumers to experience thousands of smells. Actually, we're able to recreate, mix together a base number of smells to be able to recreate thousands of different smells. And then on the software side, there's a software developers kit, which is what we're launching at the conference today, that we're selling to game developers so that they can embed the smells into their games associated with characters, environments, and actions in games.
And what do you think the biggest innovations in video games have been in the past 5 or 10 years that have taken us to where we are today?
Well, clearly the advances on the video and audio side are gigantic, and I mean those advances continue on today, and we think that there are a lot of incremental advances on that side. We think what we're doing is kind of a qualitative leap forward, and now we're adding a completely new dimension to games.
What do you think that's going to do to the experience of actually playing games in the future?
I think it's going to make it more real and also make it more emotionally compelling, because smell is one of the most powerful senses in terms of evoking emotion.
And how did you come up with this idea?
Well, actually, Joel and I, the co-founder, were on the beach in South Beach in semi-retirement from our last company, and we're hit by all the smells of the ocean and food and perfumes, and we said, you know, this is a biochemical phenomenon, and you know, it's in our backgrounds, and we said, well, we should be able to understand this, and we came up with the idea of digitizing it and reproducing it and broadcasting smell.
And what do you think the next 5 or 10 years is going to hold for the future of games and gaming in general?
Well, we think there is going to be a blurring of gaming and reality. I mean, obviously the incremental advances in audio and video, along with the force feedback advances in the immersion-like technologies, combined with smell, we think are going to usher in a new world of immersion in the gaming realm.
And will your USB port device be available for the next generation of consoles? When can we actually see it mass market?
Well, we're in talks right now with the various console vendors, and we hope to have a PC-based peripheral available at the end of the year.
Wow. All right, and finally, what's your favorite video game of all time?
Favorite video game of all time? Yeah. Favorite video game of all time is probably Myth. And like the kind of ambient quality of it and kind of that otherworld nature.
It just sounds to work well in that.
Exactly. Fantastic.
Definitely. All right, Dexter, thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
But you don't really.
Survival horror is it's a funny thing that Capcom has kind of started up this genre known as survival horror. They have their press releases where they have, you know, genre, survival horror. And it's a kind of a funny thing. It's something where you're running around in an environment, in a 3D environment, you're running from creatures, you're solving puzzles, whether this is, you're dealing with zombies, whether you're dealing with dinosaurs or fighting little evil babies or whatever in Silent Hill. But that seems to be the defining factor is kind of Resident Evil style, I think. I think Resident Evil did well because it's one of the first games that you didn't want to play with the lights off. It has this sort of thrill playing it where, like watching a horror film, a good horror film, where you never know what's going to happen, somebody's going to pop out at you, and they've kind of perfected that as the games have gone on, where they'll have more random events, so you know that if you cleared out one area, there's not going to be anything there. Well, now they have it where, like, the second time you go by, something's going to pop out a little bit differently.
Hi everyone, I'm Jeff Roberts. Welcome to Chicago. We've got a great game lined up for you this evening. It's the Cincinnati Reds versus Chicago Cubs. It's a huge night for ball. Play ball! With the second baseman, Hopey Reese. Uncle Charlie, right at the knee. Slider, that's down and in. Here's the windup and the pitch. Ball! That gets thrown away, and the count is now 2-1. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ball! That's low, and it's a full count. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
And tell me a little bit about what we're looking at right here. What Reality Fusion? What is Reality Fusion?
Reality Fusion is a core technology, state-of-the-art, which allows you to immerse yourself inside of a computer screen by using a camera that superimposes your image into the game. There's no joystick, there's no mouse, there's no keyboard. I'm going to jump into the game and start interacting with virtual objects and with virtual environments without any electronic connection to the computer at all.
And how does that work? How does it know what your movements are? How does it know when you're interacting with it? How does that work?
The code is designed to recognize motion. So when I move my head, my hands, my hat, my umbrella, the input is going to be go through the camera and interpret as motion what's going to react to the basketball or the karate opponent or whatever else I'm playing with.
And is that a special camera?
This is not a special camera. This is a wonderful camera by Intel, but our product can be used with any camera, and it's designed to work with USB, which is the standardized camera port.
All right, what are we looking at here on the screen?
We are looking at a basketball court, which is designed to play one-on-one, but I'm going to show you just myself playing, and I'm going to hit into both baskets.
Yeah, if you could give us a little demonstration, that would be great.
I'd be happy to. So these icons, which are controlling beginning playing the game, stopping playing the game, are controlled with my hand instead of with a mouse. So I reach up, touch the icon for start and for play, and I'm now going to be playing the game. So the ball drops down onto the virtual court, and I can use my hands to control where the ball goes. This particular game is written so that the ball responds to the same laws of physics that a normal basketball would respond to on a normal basketball court. And if I tap the ball very lightly, I can kind of finesse a rebound shot, for example. And if I slam the ball really hard, then I can make it really ricochet. So the technology can be made as sensitive or as slow as you want, which is great because you can design a slow bubble that would fall for a 2.5-year-old to be able to lift up like a balloon, or you can design a hockey puck that's going to fly through the screen and that you're going to have a lot of skill and motor coordination in order to respond to.
And do you always use your hand as the interface?
Not at all. We have a karate game in which I love to kick. I like to use my head sometimes. It's really, really aggressive. And actually, I'll show you that I can use my head to hit the basketball right into the hoop there. That was a pretty good shot.
And what kind of uses for this technology can we see in video games just in general in the future?
Anything you can imagine with this strong technology, you can put into a video game. So the sky is the limit. You could use it as a putting game for golfers. You could use it as a fighting game, an adventure game, anything in which you would rather be the one inside the screen interacting with your environment than having to remotely control it through a mouse, keyboard, joystick, etc. So we have created a spaceship game that allows you to shoot ghosts with lightning bolts of energy that you create by moving your hand more and more quickly. And it's really ideal for the type of environment that you can't do in real life. I don't know anyone that can shoot lightning bolts out of their hand, but you can do that with this game.
There was a shark game earlier. Can you show us that one?
The shark game is really cool, and it's a great example of one of the unique things that we can do with this technology, which is called known object recognition. Known object recognition is going to allow game developers to put a toy that's not connected electronically at all to the game into the game, so that the child can buy the toy with the software package, and that toy is going to be recognized in the game as a specific object like a horse or a doll or a gun. And in this case, the code for the game I'm going to show you has been written so that this particular object is going to be recognized as a harpoon gun. And unfortunately, this computer is so fast that I'm not getting out of my way quickly enough. As you can see, these icons aren't responding to my hands the way that they were in the other game. Only the toy can control these icons. And it recognizes this bright green cylinder as a harpoon gun. So as soon as I put this bright green cylinder into the screen, I can now shoot these virtual sharks with my harpoon. And this is harder than it looks. So I need to practice. But this is a little different. As you can see, even when the so-called gun isn't moving, it's still recognizable with this technology as a harpoon gun. And when I change the trajectory, I can very skillfully and steadily try to get these sharks before they get me.
GameSpot で事件だ。宇宙人が人々を踊らせているという情報が入った。これら、アストラピート号で発信するぞ。
了解。 皆さんこんばんは。今夜のうららリポートショーは、スペースポートの従来潜水人が人々を踊らせているという異常事件を生中継します。
通信状態良好。それは、張り切っていけ。
了解。ご覧ください、宇宙人です。後ろにいるのは踊らされた人でしょうか。
宇宙人の声と攻撃注意しろ。リズムに合わせて入力だ。
Let's dance! Down, down. 報によると、出動したスペースレスキュー隊が逆に踊らされているということです。了解。レスキュー。 5。皆さんこんばんは。今夜のうららリポートショーは宇宙人が踊り暴れるスペース豪華決戦から生中継でお送りします。コックピットにやってきました。
兄貴の間をうらら、日本に宇宙人発動。
了解。
Take a rally background to doing a game that's like popular culture.
Yeah, so I don't think it's difference from the arcade, Sega Ride 2, and the Special 5. So I was watching it. What is fun, the arcade game, almost 3 minutes and 5 minutes world, and the place, the game center. Not home, right? So the players, so many adults, not kids, and not so many girls. Yes. So I think it's totally different. The arcade game is like arcade game and the consumer game is. I feel the difference, like the TV and movies industry. So the consumer games play, everybody play, the kids, adults, boys, girls. So I have to think about that too much, very deeply. So I thought, what kind of game do we need to create, on the consumer game? So I wanted to put some kind of message and happy feeling, friendly, cheerful, emotional something, and that's why I created Space Channel 5 consumer. Yeah.
Space Channel 5 seems like it might just have a little influence from the rave culture.
Rave?
Yeah, the rave culture, the underground rave. I feel there's ravers.
Oh yeah.
So tell me about your music background.
Yeah, I love music. And
in some ways, it's like a Kubrick movie, 2001. It's very futuristic, retro.
Yeah.
But tell me about the main character in Space Channel 5. How you came up with her.
So we spent a lot of time to create Ulala. So we showed a videotape at GDC, from first concept of Ulala to the final Ulala. We had so many stages of Ulala's creation. So the first time she wear a helmet like that, and it's not so sexy, but wearing orange suit, space suit. And we had 6-7 stages of Ulala. And finally, she looks like sexy and cute and have confidence. So long way. So the long way of construction and deconstruction. So we thought a lot, very deeply, what kind of character, what kind of mentality we need for people want. And the game is game character is very difficult to create because it's not a movie. You play, you have to synchronize something yourself, and between the character and yourself. So we paid a lot of attention, much attention to create the Ulala.
Now, do you think a lot of, as a woman in gaming, there's not very many women in gaming.
Yeah.
The representation of women in gaming is not very positive.
Yeah.
It's especially fine for like prepubescent boys, but not so much for girls or women. So, do you think that Space Channel 5 has a much more universal appeal?
Universal.
Like girls and guys like it.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Why is that?
We thought a lot about that. So not only Ulala, the whole concept, and the game design. So we had we thought about that very deeply. How people, like girls, boys, old guys and kids, everybody can play and have fun this game. How do we make that kind of game? So I'm very confident. The people, the girls, boys, everybody can have fun this game. So
what do you think about the representation of women in gaming? Not actually that are playing the game, but like your character's a female and you're a male, and probably most of your development team were they men too?
Sorry?
Were most of the development team were male? So how do you guys see women in gaming?
In a game production?
No, in game. Because you could have come up with a male character as your main character. So why did you choose to?
なんで今までのキャラクターと結構男性のキャラクターが主役だったんですけど、なんで今回フィメールキャラクターを選んだのか。You mean why we choose the character be female?
Yes.
So, our reasons, but mainly we wanted to send a kind of message and a happy feeling, and we thought which is better, what kind of the character is better to send a happy feeling and happy vibration. So very simple. Simple. I think it's simple choice. Yeah. So the girl, girl.
I think also because she loves girls.
Yeah. So the girls love her, Ulala, and the boys love her, and everybody can, like her. So, yeah.
She's a great character. I think she's a great character. She's cute, she's fun.
Oh, thanks.
Guys probably can't let themselves go that much.
Yeah.
She doesn't care about men or women.
Yeah.
Right.
So, yeah.
Okay, let's see. to ask you about GDC this year.
Yeah.
What did you think of it? What did you think of the gaming conference?
Gaming conference?
The Game Developers Conference?
Yeah.
What was your overall impression?
Yeah, so very good atmosphere. You know, the creators and the people who love the game and the media people. It was a good atmosphere. So, and I felt some, you know, very fair. I mean, you know, everybody even, and you know, same position of eyes. You know what I mean? So, very good conference. So I'm very honored. You know, I speak, you know, my thoughts on GDG to tell the people. Yeah, we're happy. Yeah, happy.
How did it go? Was your speech well received and everyone was really? How did the other developers feel about it? It's all about sharing knowledge, right?
Yeah, sure. So I presented my knowledge and my methods in the speech a lot. So you know, so of course I'm, you know, I hope, you know, everybody can share some knowledge and method to create a good game, and then, you know, the gaming is getting better and better. So because I'm really feeling some crisis and it's dangerous. You know, game industry is going, you know, every hardware, you know, talking about the resolution and polygons, you know, the technique things. So you know, the game is, you know, what is the fun? Yes. So if, you know, graphics and sounds gorgeous, getting gorgeous, but the gameplay the same, I think it's boring. So I have to think about that. We have to think about that as creators. You know, what is the fun? What is the, you know, next presentation? What the fun? Entertainment. So I'm watching, you know, entertainment something into the game. So that's what, you know, the Session 5 is just beginning, starting to me. And I'd like to, you know, make a good game better and better, more entertaining people, more, you know, gorgeous something and fun to play. So using also technology, high technology. So it's a balance. So we have to share the concept and the thoughts, methods to, you know, create a good game. I think so.
Do you think a lot of the game designers, because of all the amazing technologies that have come out, especially recently with like really high resolution, amazing graphics, sound capabilities, do you think that a lot of designers have lost track? Do you think a lot of the game designers, because of all the amazing technologies that have come out, especially recently with like really high resolution, amazing graphics, sound capabilities, do you think that a lot of designers have lost track of what games are all about? I mean, I still, every time I'm on my Game Boy, I go for Tetris. I love that game, you know? So, and there's other games that look better, but the gameplay is always there.
Yeah. So the game creators, you know, tend to, you know, to move to, you know, technical something, you know. If I'm a programmer, I'm watching, you know, always thinking about programming technique, or designer, artist, you know, the resolution, how many polygons. But this is very important. But I think game designer still weak in this industry. So game designer, you know, the draft of the game, yes, it's like a scenario of the movie. So the game design, it's really difficult to make a game design, you know. It's impossible to show, you know, all the stuff, you know, what kind of game, you know. So it's like I think, you know, I'm one of the game designer. I can express, I can present by, you know, paper or 2D something. So it's like a, you know, the 3D sculpture game design. So I have the methods, you know, to create the game or style. the meeting and how we create, game design, the process. It's really difficult. So I told my method a little bit, at GDC. So how we can, create the game design with my staff. So, and if the game designing not so good, the game is always same. So I think I'm waiting, and I hope so many game designers, the good game designers, is coming. The new generation. Yeah.
That brings me to a couple points which I think are interesting, because if you speak to a lot of people, they think that like films and games are in some ways, some films, and some games are kind of like film converging with film.
Yeah.
And if you look at the Final Fantasy series, that's a really good
right
there. But it's interesting what you're saying about this it's like a 3D sculpture.
Yeah.
So how do you feel about that? I mean, it seems to me that that's what you're saying is sort of like anti-convergence with film, and yet Space Channel 5 intro is very Kubrick in the way that it's all the big space and the guy in the space suit, and I wonder what you feel about the correlation between the film. Games are becoming so much more filmy.
Yeah, it's a good question. So the game is very interactive media, right? So the process and the point of view, everything is the first point of view, and the feeling if you play. So you feel some accomplishment, yes. So from that good game, and the movie is the third eye, and the dramatic feeling you get. So it's really difficult to mixture, these both kind of feeling. So if you get accomplishment like that, you can get dramatic feeling like that. But if you put the dramatic feeling like this, the accomplishment like this balance, very difficult to design both feelings. So also I spent a lot of time to create Space Channel 5, this point. So how so much accomplishment and much dramatic something. So it takes a long time to create a lot of that. So, but it's possible. So I think there is some good chemistry of accomplishment and dramatic something. Yeah. So if you can design good balance.
Okay, so I guess what just to sort of finish up on the film and game convergence or non-convergence, which would also lead into where do you see the future of gaming going? I think that's very interesting.
Future game?
Yeah, future of gaming. Well, Space Channel 5, and just what do you think are going to be the possibilities in the future? What possibilities do you see that you'll be able to more than you possibly create? Has the technology gotten to such a stage where now it's all about creating stories and characters, or is it going to become something completely different?
Yeah. So I think personally, the game is it's like a sponge of human desire. So you know what I mean?
Wow, that was excellent. I'm like, sponge of human desire.
Yeah, the game is it's like a sponge, so if I'm a very good creator, I can design the human wants and the dream or something. So everybody can have can design like that. So and interactive, also passive, everything, including. So, I thought about, the active and the passive thing in the Spectrum 5. So, just not just accomplishment. The game is, you always feel some accomplishment. I did it, yes. But, the very dramatic thing, very passive thing, like movies. If you watch the dramatic scene, feel something, and so I try to combine, the mix of those feelings. If you put some, interactive something like accomplishment, so like this, so very dramatic feeling like this. It's kind of balanced. It's very difficult.
Emotions are really.
Peaceful enough now. Who's there? Oh.
Did that shadow move? Can't hear it anymore. Probably not. What do I see there? Hey, what was that?
First question I wanted to know is your background. You come from the arcade, an arcade background. Could you just explain your background and how it's led up to your latest creation of Shenmue in a free environment?
まず、自分のバックグラウンド、アーケードをずっとやってきたわけですけど、そこからどのようにしてどういう経緯で今のシェンムーまで至ったのか、どうお話しいただけますか
？83年にセガに入って、それで、ハングオンとかアウトランとかバーチャファイターとかやって、最近はアーケードのそれでずっとアーケードばっかりやってきました。で最近はフェラーリのゲームを出しました。で最新作はシェンムーになりますね。でずっとアーケードばっかりやってきたから、アーケードの世界はゲーム時間をね、アベレージのゲームタイムを3分ぐらいで作らなきゃいけないんだけど、そろそろコンシューマー RPG みたいな、今我々フリーって呼んでるんだけども、時間制限のないゲームにチャレンジしたいと思ってシェンムーを始めました。
Okay. So, I joined Sega in '83, and ever since I've been working on arcade games such as Hang On, Outrun, or Virtua Fighters. And the very recent arcade release is F355, and my very recent game is Shenmue. And so he's been working on arcades, and in arcades, he has to keep the average time of gameplay to 3 minutes. And he thought it was about time to make games that has no limit of time, which is consumer.
When you're doing the translation, if you can look at her too.
Okay. 僕が話してる時も部長はお母さんを見ててください。
So how would you describe free?
そのフリーを説明してもらえますか？
フリーはフルリアクティブアイズエンターテインメントと名付けるその頭文字を取ってフリー。フリーの持つ意味は自由ですけども、今までのゲームよりも自由度を高くして、ユーザーが自由に歩けたり、ユーザーがその遊びを自由にセレクトできたり、そういうゲームを作ってます。それからフルリアクティブなので常に反応する。あまりムービーシーンはノンインタラクティブなので、インタラクティブのシーンをなるべく多く使ってそういう新しいジャンルなんだけども、アイズの意味はアイっていうのは目は2つあるから、これは多様性を意味してるんです。いろんなものがこうミックスしてくる。一つのシングルプロセスじゃなくて、ゲーム単一じゃなくて、映画の技術だったり、いろんな技術がそこに研修だったりいろんな技術が入って新しいものを作る。それから二面性を持つという意味なんだけど、多様性という意味合いでアイズって言ってます。で、アイズエンターテインメント。やっぱり最終的には我々やっぱりエンターテインメントを目指してますから、 簡単に言うとその映画のリアリズムとゲームのインタラクティビティを両方持った形の新しいエンターテインメントを求めていきたい。これがフリーの意味です。
Okay, free, which stands for Full Reactive Eyes Entertainment. And the basic concept was to have high level of freedom. Freedom in being able to walk around wherever they want to, being able to select what they want to play, and full reactive, meaning things will always react, everything will react. And so we limited down movie scenes which are non-interactive, and we wanted to have everything full reactive. And the meaning eyes, since there are two eyes, there's a meaning of variety, such as having elements of movies, having elements of architecture, and the word entertainment. To talk about entertainment, our ultimate goal is to make a new category, new genre of games by merging the reality of reality of movies and the interactivity of games, and to actually achieve this new type of entertainment. And free is exactly that, what we're trying to achieve.
So, Shenmue is amazing. I mean, it's really revolutionary, and it's really incredible. I've seen it and I'm blown away by it. And I'm wondering how this title is going to revolutionize games, the way people are seeing games, now that this technology is available. So I think it's a very important title. And how are these kinds of what's the future of this kind of free environment? I think that's a really important. I mean, I think it's a revolutionary step into the next generation of gaming.
シェンムーっていうのは非常に彼女も見たんですけど革命的でものすごいと思うんですけど、で実際このタイトルが人々のそのゲームに対する見方を変えると思うんですけど、このフリーというこのジャンル、こういうタイプのゲームの未来を今後どうなっていくと思いますか？
やっぱり先ほど言ったように、やっぱり映画とゲームがミックスした世界になってくると思います。自由度がすごく上がって、バーチャルリアリティっていうと仮想現実空間がそのままこう出現して、そこでワンストーリーじゃなくて、そこの中でいろんなことがいろんな方向に展開していくタイプのバーチャルリアリティの世界の中で遊ぶっていう感じのものになってくるんじゃないですか。ちょっとかけ離れてるかもしれないけど、マトリックスっていう映画があって、そこの映画の中でバーチャルリアリティの世界を描かれているんだけど、だんだんあれに近い形になってきて、で将来はそのヘッドマウントディスプレイなんかをかけて、そのままこう街をこうセンサーをして街を歩いたり、そこで体験したりするような形に変化していくんじゃないかと思います。
Okay, so as I said before, he sees that movies and games will merge together, and by doing so, the level of freedom will increase, and there will be a virtual reality world inside the game. And having the future of games such as free will not only have one storyline. It could have multiple number of stories, meaning it could go into any direction. And so basically, it'll evolve into games where you are just playing around. You can do anything in this virtual reality world. And for example, in the movie Matrix, there's a good example of the virtual reality world. And like the world in Matrix, people will be wearing head mount displays and walking around virtual reality towns, and that's the form of entertainment free will evolve to.
So that brings, I think, a good point. So that brings us to an interesting point about the moralistic implications in a game environment, like violence in gaming. As gaming becomes so realistic, what is the responsibility of the developer towards those issues?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
So basically, as gaming moves to a hyper-realistic level, what kind of moral implications do the developers have to, how is that going to affect society and the way society views gaming? Can you understand my question?
Yeah, I think so.
Is this a practice room?
No.
Okay. Because I have to get back and forth. So could I go around first?
If you don't mind, we're going to be done in 10 minutes.
I'm sorry. So as games get more and more realistic,
so I was just wondering about hyper-realism in games and issues like violence in games.
Violence, okay.
Or do people have to be more careful if they're in a hyper-realistic?
要はゲームがこの先どんどんよりリアリスティックになるにつれて、例えばバイオレンス、暴力とか、そういう部分でそのモラル的に開発者は今後どういうところに気を使わなきゃいけないか、どうお考えですか？
僕たちのユーザーは子供が多いから、まだ人格が確定する前にあまり悪い影響を与えてはいけないと思ってますけど、そういう意味ではリアリズムが増してくると同時に倫理的な基準もきちっと作っていかなくちゃいけないと。ただ今の基準は単純にタバコを吸っちゃいけないとかお酒を飲んじゃいけないとか、そういうところ、そういう簡単な部分じゃないと思います。だからストーリーを通して大事なことは何なのかとか、人を救うんだとか、愛が大事だとか、そういうことを描いていけばいいんだと思うんですよ。ですから暴力が正当化されるようなものにしてはいけないと思います。
Okay. Our main users are children who are still in the stage of developing their characteristics, and there's no way that we can have bad influence on them. And as as more the game gets realistic, we would need to build standards, moral standards, in details. So the current one is basically the standard prohibits the use of tobacco, cigarettes, or alcohol. But not just that. We should have standards on much more elements such as violence. And basically, as more realistic the game gets, we should we should try to send messages on what love is, or what how to save people. So we should focus more on actually having to teach children elements such as that.
So that is two more questions. So that was
シェンムーのテーマは愛すべき友を持てっていうことです。
The theme of Shenmue is to have a friend who you could love. You wanted to say that?
That's great. It's an honor.
もう非常に光栄だ。ぜひです。
Here's the other thing, that when I was looking at Shenmue and when I was playing Shenmue, I noticed it's like the Coke machine. That's all over the place.
Coke machine.
So I find that this new trend, advertising has never been accepted in any kind of role-playing environment before. Now that advertising has become more, in an environment like Shenmue, people just could accept it because that's what they see in their normal life. So is that a good thing, or is that going to push developers more into like wanting what corporations, you know, in the advertising dollars, or how does that going to affect free?
シェンムーを見て一つ気づいたのが自動販売機が出てると。でそこで要はゲームの中での宣伝効果っていうものが一つ浮かび上がってきたんですけど、今までそういうものはなかなか受け入れられてこなかったと。でただやっぱシェンムーみたいなゲームですと例えば自販機現実の世界で我々生きてる世界の中であるから本当すんなり入ってくると。でもしこういう感じでそのゲーム内での宣伝というものがどんどん活性化されていったときに、それはゲーム業界にとっていいんですか？例えばゲーム業界、要はゲーム作る上でスポンサー取るとかそういうビジネス的な要素が強くなっちゃうと、それはゲーム業界にとっていいんですか？悪いんですか？
こういうアプローチが今まで少なかったから多分いいことだと思います。ただスポンサーがあまり強くなってゲームの良さをスポイルすることになってくると問題があるんだけども、スポンサーがつくことによってゲームを作る資金が増えてよりいいゲームを供給できるようになります。ユーザーにとってはいいことじゃないかなと思います。ただスポンサーがあまりゲームの良さを分からずにゲームを良くない方向に変化するようになっちゃうとやっぱりいけないと思います。でシェンムーみたいなリアリスティックなゲームは僕らの街にもコーラの自動販売機は歩いてるとありますからないと変なんですね。タバコを吸ってる人も日本はまだアメリカよりたくさんいるからタバコを吸ってる人がいないとやっぱり変になる。ですからあまりやっぱりもちろん日本はトヨタの車の方が多いしね、アメリカの車よりね。ですからそういうことをやる上でスポンサーとかライセンスっていうのは必ず出てくると思います。だからライセンサーとライセンシーの間でよくうまく話ができれば問題ないと思います。
Okay, so in the past, this type of approach was not popular, and so in that case, I think this is good. Okay, so having advertising inside a game has never been this type of approach was very few in the past. So in that sense, it's good. But if the sponsors get too strong and started to demand to change the elements of the games, that would be bad. But considering the funds or money-wise, getting money from the sponsors will enable game developers to actually make good games, and so that is good for the users. But so like in games such as Shenmue, such realistic games, it's only natural to have vending machines because it's actually there, and also people smoke in Japan, so it's only natural to have cigarettes in the game, and there are many Japanese cars such as Toyota, and so I think that as games get more realistic, these sponsoring will get more, it'll become much more popular. And so I guess the problem is, or the big issue is, for the licensor and the licensee to talk a lot and agree on a good relationship. And that's the main key.
She's not going to let me ask anymore.
Okay.
So Chris, the first obvious question, second E3, when is Diablo 2 coming and what can gamers expect?
I have been well assured that it will be out at least by the end of the year. We can expect vast improvements on almost every aspect of the original Diablo. 5 new character classes that all rock. We've been playing it meticulously for the past couple of weeks. It's a hell of a lot of fun. Brand new lands, all sorts of new items, and just RPG elements. And it should be pretty epic.
What's the biggest feature you want to put in right now?
Feature right now?
Yeah. Or do you have everything set and just tweaking?
It tends to blur. Looking at it holistically, it's kind of just all the new art is kind of, while not definitive feature, is kind of what I hear on the most. Kind of what pops to mind first.
So one big question I've been asking a couple people is, since Diablo is based on DirectX, is there any possibility or any talk about Dreamcast?
I don't know.
With DirectX?
I don't know.
Okay. What do you think the biggest challenge has been in doing this game, and sort of like living up to the expectations of fans everywhere?
I think there's always a bit of that going on. Whenever you have a real successful title, luckily Blizzard, we had one or two. There's always a challenge in expectations for not only yourself but for the fans. When there's a big anticipated sequel, you're always like, well, there's kind of the way we want to take it and the way fans are expecting it to be taken. But I think Diablo 2 is coming through really nicely on most fans.
Multiplayer aspects. What are you hoping for to add to the multiplayer aspects of Diablo itself?
I think what I've heard talked about that I would like to see, that the Blizzard North wants to see a lot, is multiplayer campaigning where you can go in with your buddies and it's the same kind of thing. You go on the adventure, you gain items, experience, things like that, but you're also part of a consecutive storyline along with your buddies. You can complete quests along with multi-party members and things like that. I think that's a real core benefit. Plus, the client server hopefully will cut down greatly on the amount of cheating. Hackers will be hackers, so hopefully that can be dealt with when it arrives.
Do you have what kind of expectations do you and the company have for the title once it releases? How big does the company feel it's going to be?
It always feels about the same. We're always very confident. It's always that hold your breath kind of thing right before it comes out. But we've had a pretty good track record so far. Thank the Lord. And we're pretty confident about it. We all believe in the product, and by the time it's ready to come out, I think it's going to be a bona fide hit. I think. But
So what kind of email do you get from fans saying, we want this title, and it slips back, and then suddenly you open up your email box on Monday morning going, are they supportive, or?
Well, with friends, it's one thing, because, they're much more supportive. Fans, it's a lot tougher, because they're like, hey, man, you promised us this game, you get to play it, we just want to get into it. And, you can't, sometimes you just got to make sure it's right, and we'll stand by that every time, but I think this specific instance of Diablo 2, it should be right on the mark.
Have you heard? Have you heard any sort of good feedback from fans that have seen parts of the game, like say last year or over GDC or anything?
Today specifically, I've heard a lot of good feedback. It looks there's just more characters in now. There's the newer lands are in, the newer tile sets, and everyone's getting a chance to see the whole package, as opposed to just one tile set and one character. There's a lot more skills in, so the art is just, I've seen a few jaws drop, which is really cool, to see it finally, working, and, the way it was envisioned. That's really cool.
Are you guys looking at?
Alright, I think I'm rolling, folks. And we're rolling.
Okay, what do you think made Diablo originally so popular, and what types of features do you think that made it so popular are you bringing into Diablo 2 now?
The superficial answer is the art, the simplicity of gameplay.
Yeah, we're never going to. Michael won't be in the. When we use the pushes, she won't be in the.
Oh, kind of repeats.
That hurts, doesn't it?
And we're rolling.
What features do you think made Diablo so popular, and what of those features have you brought over to Diablo 2 now that it's getting there?
I think the features that made Diablo popular initially were just the stunning artwork and the simplicity of gameplay. RPGs, Diablo's genre, the role-playing game has always been very popular. But I think the element that put it over the top was the multiplayer. The fact you can go in over the internet with 4 of your buddies and have an adventure, you know, and you find gold and, you know, fight monsters, things like that. I think that's it's the community value of Diablo that really sells it, and it's essential to the sequel. So hopefully it'll be, you know, at least just as fun as the previous one.
So now that you're finishing up the game or getting close to, are you focusing on a different genre of people? Because before you figured with Diablo is a very core set of gamers, and I know like women who I would never expect to play Diablo are suddenly into it because they say, you know, this is easy, I can get into it, and you would never expect it to be. Are you sort of shifting focus on a wider gamer?
Not really. Our attention typically is always on, you know, like the core gamers. You know what I mean? And we try and gear things to where it's not as so complicated. Pardon me. It's not so complicated that, you know, anyone can sit down and kind of pick it up and have fun with it. The aim is always to please the core gamers because that's what we developers are. You know, we want something that's going to compel us and be fun for us, but still be universal enough that kind of any, you know, I can have my brother come in and sit down and play it and have fun. So I don't think there's a big shift in who we're looking at to shoot to.
Now that with the Voodoo 3 just coming out and with having glide support in Diablo 2, have you focused on it, putting any of those new features into the game, or is just sort of focusing on the standard glide SDK?
I don't know.
Okay. One of the features that I've noticed with the game is definitely, it seems darker. There's a lot more focus on the characters and being, you know, more devilish. Over the course, was that the intent to make it that way, to, you know, sort of take the intensity up a level?
I think that always happens with sequels. It was the same way with kind of with the Warcraft games or with StarCraft. Well, there was a great hard change, but as you design characters and build a world, it's certainly with a horror kit that the Diablo universe has, it's always going to become more enriched and more in depth. You know, if it's dark to start with, more than probably it will become a more visceral character package.
What else to ask? What do you think the biggest feature that when, you know, there's all these things that people ask for in Diablo 1 that, you know, what was the checklist? What are the top 10 things you'd go down and say, you know, has to be there, has to be there, has to be there? Other than running.
Other than people running. Just more skills, more spells, more distinctiveness between the character classes. Diablo 1, there was, at certain points, the three characters had potential to bleed into one another. You know, they had the same skills largely across the board at higher levels. I think people really wanted to see more diversity between the character classes specifically, and just more, you know, more lands, more, you know, more quests, more story, more contiguous sense of direction.
Has the development team at all started thinking about like what next, or basically just focusing on finishing the game and going on vacation?
Pretty much just focused on finishing the game at this point.
Okay.
I mean, the only thing I would ask is that the title, like, you know, Diablo 2 coming out, it's very geared to, I think, more of a mature audience. What do you think about the whole, I mean, it's one of the biggest questions everyone's asking, and the mainstream press especially here.
That's the question you're answering. They're not answering my question. I knew that was coming.
It's where you're going, not going here. I think it's interesting. We've been asking everybody just to see, like, some people think, well, there's some validity, some people think it's just like crap and, you know, secret. What other projects are you working on now, other than Diablo 2? I mean, that's like the big hype. That's like one game everybody, oh yeah, I can't wait to see that.
The current proceedings are pretty top secret as well.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, well, I'm not going to ask anything else. Whatever I say, it's like, shut up.
I should be evasive.
It seems like there's a lot of that going on. Is there anything else you'd like to, you know, mention or talk about that we haven't covered, Diablo 2-wise?
Oh, hell, I really haven't had time to think.
Take a minute if you want.
Zooming in on those screenshots.
The rock and roll lifestyle?
Yeah, is there any tongue-in-cheek in Diablo 2?
Well, simply there was on April 1st, Blizzard North had put out a screenshot of a number of man-eating cows that were part of one of the screenshots in one of the levels with, you know, cows running around with, you know, big axes and stuff like that. So We're still wondering if the anteaters will make an appearance in the core game, but that remains undisclosed.
Okay, here's a question. So, what was up with that cheat code for Diablo? The cow level?
Secret cow level.
What was that all about?
Only Bloomer.
Microsoft is announcing the breakthrough game console called Xbox. It will ship in fall 2001. We're already out talking with software developers, giving them the tools so that they can build the most incredible games to run on Xbox. It's a global product. It's a real breakthrough because it provides performance better than twice that of any previous platform. The Xbox is a breakthrough game console that ships in fall 2001. It's very important to get the information out now so that the world's best game developers will have the next year to create unbelievable games. It's important to know that the Xbox complements the PC and the other things we're doing. We see Xbox in the living room. It'll have the kind of form factor, the pricing, all the things that you'd expect from a living room device. The PC will continue to be strong and grow on all the other parts of the house, and we're going to make sure that developers can target both of those products very easily. The graphics that we've got here, the CPU, the disk storage, the way we're putting the software tools together, this is really a phenomenal platform. And so when we come out in 2001, I think we'll be way ahead of the competition. Xbox is a global product, so we'll be selling it worldwide, and we're very anxious to have software developers throughout the world contribute to the platform. We need an incredible range of software titles, and wherever the developers are, we're going to find them and work with them.
We're going to obviously bring our familiar hits like Tony Hawk's Pro Skater over to the Xbox and deliver an experience to the consumer with much more fluid animation, lots more polygons in the characters, special effects like motion blur and true edge anti-aliasing that we haven't been able to do before, and I think that's going to be really exciting. But what's particularly exciting are the kinds of games that right now we can't even imagine that are going to be enabled by this device.
With the level of semiconductor technology we can deploy and the understanding of 3D research that we can bring to bear, we can provide all kinds of terrific value in the consumer electronics industry.
The Xbox is important to the future of this industry from a technology standpoint, in that Microsoft have emphasized that the games come first. So to their mind, they have gone out to develop a technology that will allow game developers to develop the best games possible.
The games in people's minds have taken on new portions. They aren't just games anymore. They are pieces of popular culture, pieces of lifestyle.
Xbox is going to simplify the life of the gamers and the developers because we just have one platform. We used to have tons and tons of testing on the PC side of our world, and games are complex to test on with different cards, sound, videos. Here, we're just eating the life of the developers by proposing one single format.
The Xbox is a very powerful machine. It's the most powerful video game console that's ever been designed. With the tools that we have available to us today, we can make games that really fully utilize this potential, that are going to be absolutely revolutionary, that consumers are going to say, they've never seen anything like before.
As a developer, it really gives you the ability to paint a much better picture because you have more tools at hand. The ability to move from this to being able to do this. The ability to animate the face. The ability to wink or nod. All is contained in the power of these hardware systems.
Xbox will present the industry with new feature sets that we've never seen before. Super fast graphics, connectivity, DVD, and CD.
We see Xbox technology as a critical step in bringing advanced software and graphics features to digital entertainment products. There is no space more demanding than video gaming, and Xbox will deliver the ultimate in performance.
それはね、この産業のさらなる発展のために大きなマーケットがさらに拡大するようにですね、Xbox で頑張っていただきたいというふうに思います。ユーザーも喜ぶと思いますよ。
The power of the Xbox is going to allow us to do new things. It's going to allow us to blend genres in a way we haven't been able to before. We've had to build our engines to do one thing specifically well, and I think the Xbox gives us the power and the graphic subsystem to do many things at once. So I think there's going to be opportunities to blend genres together as well as bring the best experiences to the current genres that are out there.
The design resources that we have, the knowledge of how to create gaming experiences, we can focus on that, on developing on the Xbox, instead of worrying about alternate architectures, different sets of tools that we're not familiar with. We can really focus on the gameplay, and that's what we do best anyway.
Overall, the total retail market will benefit just because the publishers will be more aggressive in supporting their product and marketing it, creating marketing events and products that will help drive traffic into the stores.
You're trying now.
Oh, yeah.
I gotta get you right here.
I got it.
The left and then with the right.
What level are you at?
A little bit about the Xbox. The Xbox is a next-generation video gaming console intended for consumers in the living room.
and it is going to bring new levels of reality and ease development to game developers, making it possible to create games that are faster and more realistic and developed in less time than ever before.
In your opinion, what have been the innovations in the past 5 or 10 years in gaming that have led us to where we are today?
What's really been exciting about gaming in the past 10 years is that every 18 to 24 months we see almost an entire revolution in the capabilities of the devices. You see increased video, you see introduction of 3D technologies, you see increased audio capabilities, and the systems are getting powerful to the degree that, like I said, every 2 to 3 years, we see a completely new level of realism introduced to the games. And that's what's driving consumers to purchase not only PC games, but a new generation of consoles every time a major revolution happens.
And what innovations do you see happening in the next 5 or 10 years that'll spur the games on?
I think there are going to be a couple major real revolutions that are going to drive gaming in the next 5 years or so. One of them is going to be the addition of some PC technologies for which Microsoft has tremendous strengths applied to console gaming to make it possible to do things that we hadn't imagined doing in consoles before. The addition of storage on the devices with much larger storage provides 3D rendering with a degree of realism you hadn't experienced before. The addition of internet connectivity, which is something Microsoft has very, very strong foundation in, will provide the ability for multiplayer gaming with ease that we never experienced before, and it'll allow games to grow and evolve over the time rather than being played and solved and then put away.
How do you see the Xbox playing into the future of video games?
The Xbox is really going to bring 3 major things to bear to help revolutionize a new generation of home video gaming. It's going to bring internet connectivity, it's going to bring hardware capabilities that were formerly unimagined in the console space, and it's going to bring ease development to let developers quickly bring games up to speed and onto market on Xbox that will allow them to let the artists focus on creating a very immersive, very real experience that used to be consumed by fighting with the machine.
And finally, what is your favorite game? What are you playing now?
Oh boy. My favorite game that I'm playing right now is probably Asheron's Call.
Asheron's Call?
Asheron's Call, massively multiplayer, hosted by the MSN Gaming Zone.
All right, great.
All right.
Since you primarily deal with the games, let's start with Munch's Odyssey.
Okay.
What is it about Munch's Odyssey that the Xbox is providing it with that it couldn't find on the PS2 where it was originally being developed for?
Well, it's interesting that the deal with Munch's Odyssey is pretty representative of the entire philosophy of Xbox, right? It's not just about kind of hardware speed. You know, you can put a V8 with a blower and a Model T and skinny little tires and the thing is useless, right? You have to have the entire system set up in such a way that it really does give the power to the animators, right? And Oddworld Inhabitants is a company full of artists and animators and really creative people who have this amazing vision for the product, right? And they don't want to be thinking about compromises like, oh, Munch can't really look that good right here because the bus is busy doing sound today. You know,
Right.
That's not cool. That's totally uncool. And the thing is that we designed the Xbox to have fat buses everywhere. It's got these independent processors, so it does graphics at the same time it's doing animation, at the same time it's doing sound. It's basically ideally designed to let guys like that just be creative. Just go out there and do animation and get it on the box. And so the special thing about it is really that the developer is kind of our ideal target. And I mean, you can see the same thing in Argonaut games, and it's true of every game, really. It's just that a lot of different game genres have evolved with the limitations of the machines. Right? I mean, if you look at a racing game, the circuits are designed so you don't see buildings pop up, and there are a limited number of cars, so you see the different turns and the curves and the speeds and the radii are set so that you don't have to see too many cars on the screen at the same time. And it's all about the compromise, right? And so you're going to see those games really change on Xbox when the compromise goes away. You can draw like a 2-mile straight. You know, go for it. It's fine. Put 50 cars in there. Right on. We like that. It's just that Oddworld, by its very design, is unconstrained like that. So it's really one of the perfect ways to show off Xbox.
Now, how important to the developers was the full scene anti-aliasing that's part of the Xbox?
Oh, it's crucially important. I mean, part of the visual language that everybody understands who watches television and film is kind of, you know, smoothness and lack of pixelization. And to really get to people and make them feel something, you have to have that. I like to say that it takes a lot of technology to draw something that looks real, but it takes 10 times that amount of technology to draw something that's funny or gross, right? And it's all subtle things. It's the lighting. It's the way that the way that the shadows from my eyebrows cast across my eyes and in my mouth, and all these little technical details which nobody really cares about at all, are essential if you're going to believe in the reality of what you're looking at, even if it's very stylized. And it again comes back to giving the artist the tools that they need to really be able to draw what they want to draw. And anti-aliasing is crucial for that because it saves them from having to make all these compromises about all the colors they use and the amount of geometry they use and filtering all their textures and all these things. They put it in there, they turn the anti-aliasing on, and it looks right. And that's crucial.
Now, in both Much as Odyssey and in Malice, when we saw in the demo, those seem to be very, very large levels. I know that the experts take advantage of the hard drive by being able to stream information. Is that intended to allow for very large open environments? How is that going to be taken advantage of in, say, in these two games?
Well, the hard drive certainly can be used to swap stuff in and out like that. That's kind of even just a very easy use of the thing, right? I mean, I don't even know what people are going to come up with at the end of the day. But certainly huge levels is the result not only of a hard drive, but of having 64 megs of RAM that you can share and being able to stream over all these buses and all that kind of crazy stuff. And people like to see far, people like high detail, and so it really lets you do that. But so one of the coolest things about Xbox is also one of the most subtle things, and it's the boot up time. We've been able to take advantage of the stupidly high performance of a lot of the components to actually boot in 8 seconds. So from the time that you hit the power button to the time that the game is in control is 8 seconds.
Wow.
So you should be playing the game, literally playing the game, in about the same time that it takes most other consoles to actually show you like the first title screen of the game. Or in some cases, the time they show their logo.
Now, is there when you put in the disc for the first time, is there sort of like any installation where it moves information over the hard drive?
Dude, this is a console. Consoles don't install. What are you talking about?
I'm just trying to figure that one out.
Come on. No, seriously, like it's you got to realize that Xbox is run by a bunch of like skate punk console gamers, right? And so the kind of stuff that we think about, like when you see the controller design and like the boot time and all that stuff, is eliminating the pains in the ass that we hate about consoles, right? So we just went through the thing and tried to do everything that was cool and right. And so it boots fast, there's no installation, the controller is cool, it auto-detects everything, it tries to not be a pain in any way.
Now, the controller, one thing I just noticed is in holding it, it seems to be designed for actual adult hands. Was that part of it? And what was the process of making the controller?
Well, the process of the controller, again, was like a lot of things in Xbox, where we looked at the general problem. We didn't just say, hey, we're going to design a controller, and it's going to be this cool color, and we're going to kind of make it like this big or something. We looked at it from the standpoint of like a real gamer, right? Like when some of these controllers, when I hold them and I'm playing for like 15 or 16 hours, and like my girlfriend's throwing stuff at me and telling me I need to take the garbage out or whatever, like it hurts my hands. Or the buttons are in the wrong place, and it hurts my thumb. And there are even worse problems than that, right? And people have different size hands, and in different markets, the average size of people is different, and so it's just craziness. So we actually spent a huge amount of time trying to come up with a design that everybody could hold and be comfortable with holding it for hours and hours and hours. So actually, as an adult with big hands, you can hold it farther back, and it's really comfortable and cool. But in fact, if your hands are smaller, you'll see people naturally just move their hands up and around, and it fits them all. It's really kind of magical, and one of the things we actually did consider doing for this was showing a bunch of pictures of people with different hands and how they kind of automatically grab it. It's just really cool. And it's subtle. I mean, there's just like this subtle little curve in there, but it was like this amazing amount of effort to like get that thing right.
How about the decision to have the number of buttons that are on? I can't think off the top of my head how many there are, but
that's another gamer decision. That was just like, again, we were all just like, man, you need 6 buttons, and it's really important that you can hold it like this so you can like play fighting games, and that's really cool. And then we went and talked to game designers, and we said, hey, we're thinking of 6 buttons, we're thinking of 2 analog sticks, and we want to have 2 positions. So you have analog stick and D-pad, and then analog stick and buttons. And they said, this is cool, this isn't cool, this is cool, this isn't cool. We went back, we changed everything, went back to them again, everybody was happy, and we're making them.
Now, the 2 analog sticks, what was the choice of that? And also the positioning, since they're not across one another, they're actually at a diagonal. What was the reason behind that?
What game can you think of that uses both analog sticks at the same time, right? It feels kind of strange. Everybody either uses D-pad and analog or analog and buttons, right? That's how games work, and that's what game designers wanted. So we want those 2 positions. So don't think of them as being diagonally across from one another. Really think of there as being 2 different positions for your hands.
Now, with the analog stick that's on the left side, that's further up, what was sort of the what did you sort of imagine that analog stick would be used for?
Mostly for driving games and that kind of stuff, right? I mean, you play Gran Turismo or you know, other kinds of driving games these days. They've kind of evolved to let you steer with the left-hand analog controller, and then you gas and brake with the buttons. Even though we have the triggers, a lot of gamers are more comfortable using the buttons, so we wanted to be sure that there was a really comfortable driving position for that.
Now, in terms of the design of the Xbox itself, the actual console, were there any major considerations in the development of that?
No,
not so much the insides, but I mean actually.
Yeah, no, listen, the thing you have to realize about all of this is like the phenomenal amount of difficulty you go through to actually make this happen. And I'm just pointing this out because it's kind of an interesting story. Like, think about a couple of things. First of all, you're making 1 million of these things. And so that poses these like bizarre constraints on things, right? You say, hey, I want to have this color of blue. And, you know, like the nation of Malaysia tells you there's not that much blue in the world this year. You know, it's just very kind of strange. You know, you say, hey, you know, I kind of want to have this little green logo thing over there. And they say, okay, that'll be 40,000 gallons of paint, like to actually print all those. Anyway, the design of the console has to take into account a whole bunch of stuff like that. And it also has to take into account things like heat. I mean, the Xbox does 1 trillion operations a second, and it's like the most powerful computing device on the planet when we release it. And so it actually generates a lot of heat. I mean, it's a pretty efficient, like, you know, small room heater. It's not, you know, amazingly, you know, hot. It's actually running a lot cooler than a normal PC. But still, we want to make sure that there aren't any problems like it sucking in carpet when you put it on the floor and all that kind of stuff. So we wanted to make sure that there's very clear airflow through it. Also, you know, it has the hard drive in there and has just a tremendous amount of like power. So we wanted to show how powerful the thing was and have a very powerful looking design, and also a very unique design, right? We wanted to make sure that, you know, it didn't look so much like a stereo component. It didn't look so much like a toy. It didn't look so much like all these different things. It just was an Xbox. And so that's really the way we thought about it.
Now, the USB technology that's being used for the controllers, what is the advantage of that? And is that going to, what opportunities does that open up for other controllers or peripherals to be using those ports?
We use USB because it's really easy to make USB controllers, and it's really, really robust. And as you know, Microsoft participated in the definition of the standard. It doesn't use actually standard USB. There's more current, so that the force feedback motors are a little bit better. And we changed the plug, because I can never plug in the USB plug the right way up, man. And then it always comes out, and I don't know, if you have the same problem or if I'm just stupid. But we're going to make a plug that kids could actually pop in and out. That didn't really answer your question.
No, that's fine. Now, it has 4 controller ports. Is there going to be a possibility to actually add on more controllers through maybe like daisy chaining some of the controllers that of the ones that are already there?
Well, technically it's possible, and it's one of the advantages of the USB. But, you know, I mean, there has been that option in the console world before, and 8 is just too much. You know, game designers told us that too. You know, 4 is cool. People can understand a window divided into 4 pieces, but 8, man, you know, and for me, even in like a 2-player football game, I still never know who the hell I am, so.
Now, the USB technology that's being used for the controllers, what is the advantage of that? And is that going to, what opportunities does that open up for other controllers or peripherals to be using those ports?
We use USB because it's really easy to make USB controllers, and it's really, really robust. And as you know, Microsoft participated in the definition of the standard. It doesn't use actually standard USB. There's more current, so that the force feedback motors are a little bit better. And we changed the plug, because I can never plug in the USB plug the right way up, man. And then it always comes out, and I don't know, if you have the same problem or if I'm just stupid. But we're going to make a plug that kids could actually pop in and out. That didn't really answer your question.
No, that's fine. Now, it has 4 controller ports. Is there going to be a possibility to actually add on more controllers through maybe like daisy chaining some of the controllers that of the ones that are already there?
Well, technically it's possible, and it's one of the advantages of the USB. But, you know, I mean, there has been that option in the console world before, and 8 is just too much. You know, game designers told us that too. You know, 4 is cool. People can understand a window divided into 4 pieces, but 8, man, you know, and for me, even in like a 2-player football game, I still never know who the hell I am, so.
Good.
Bye.